I can hear you. Yeah, yeah. I don't know who that is. I'll go over there and find out. Yeah, Matt, all of them, both Matts. They're just trying to figure it out right now. Let me head over there. Drew's in there. Drew might be hearing everything.
So if you guys can see some of those.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. This is Jamie Microphone. Jamie Microphone. Hey, hey, hey.
After monitoring the competition floor, we've had a brief change. For the most part, the stimulus is the same, and we're gonna bring out a very special demo athlete to go through our new changes. Let's give a round of applause.
Hands up right here.
Give it up for Matt Fraser, ladies and gentlemen.
Bruce Thomas right here in our first lane.
So we're gonna do it in lane number 6.
1 minute left. 1 minute of work to do.
Teams and individuals are gonna do the same version. The only thing is that teams are doing relay style. So let's pretend like Matt is one individual on a team or an individual athlete. He's gonna start behind the dotted blue line. All 3 athletes are there. On the call of 3, 2, 1, go, he's gonna kick up and begin his handstand walk. His hands may go past the dotted blue line. Give it up for Matt Fraser, ladies and gentlemen. There's 30 feet. So just across the blue line, get some extra credit. He's gonna head back down the way. Keep it coming for him, folks. So a 60-foot handstand walk. Next, it's on to the sandbag. He's gonna bear hug. He's gonna go down across the line and drop the ball. He's gonna pick it back up, head back down the way, 60 feet. Now, instead of the sprint, this is where the change comes into play. He's gonna come up to the blue dotted line. He's gonna perform 20 line-facing burpees. That is the change. Once he's done 20 total reps, he's gonna head back, pick up his ball once again. He's doing almost the whole dang thing. Make some noise for him, folks. The 5-time fittest man on earth, dropping the ball down at the 30-foot mark, gonna pick it back up, head back down the way. He's gonna drop it again, and one more movement to go. What is that? That's a handstand walk. 60 feet down and back. Keep it coming. Matt Fraser's our demo athlete here at Wodapalooza. One more trip. Here he goes. Let's cheer him on across that line. Oh, no rep. Guess what? But that brought up a good point. That brought up a good point. Every length, 30 feet must be unbroken. He didn't know. We threw him into the fire here. Come on, cheer on Matt Fraser. 10 feet to go, 5 feet to go. And then he's gonna head back down the floor for teams to bring out athlete number 2. So one more time, just to give it up for Matt Fraser. Thank you so much. So here's the workout one more time. 60-foot sandbag D-ball carry. Down, drop, and back. Handstand, excuse me, start over. 3, 2, 1, go. 60-foot handstand walk. 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry with a drop at the midway point. 20 line-facing burpees. Then he's back to the D-ball again, the sandbag, 60 feet with the drop, and 60-foot handstand walk before heading down. Relay style for teams, individuals doing that same exact thing, short and fast. What do you guys think out there? All right. So that's what we've got, 60 feet, 20 burpees, 60 feet, and 60 feet time.
And there you have it. It's not every day you get to see a live demonstration
Athletes, 30 seconds. Let's go. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, go. And they're off.
see a 1, I see a 1, I see a 3, I see a 4, a 1. Your 2010 CrossFit Games champion was Grant Hopper, Chris Clever, and CrossFit for Vancouver, all three. Ben Smith waited until 2015 to win the CrossFit Games.
Hey, we were over on Bayside, I believe, Friday night,
I am here with
It really wouldn't be Wodapalooza if Mother Nature didn't throw a wrench into things at some point. It's been an eventful day 4 here in Miami, Florida. We haven't had any competition yet. We'll get to that in just a second, but thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Bill Grundler will be here for the individual competition, and it's Jamie Hagia who is down on the competition floor. We had a pretty nasty weather system that moved through here about 4 hours ago, really delayed things for a couple of hours. Because of that, some adjustments have had to be made here for the team and individual competition. The teams are going to be up next. In order to make up some time, we're going to have the men and the women competing at the same time. We're going to focus on the women's competition because of the tight race going on top of the overall leaderboard, although we will keep you updated on what is going on with the men's competition. At the same time, they had to adjust the event that these teams will be facing because they weren't comfortable doing some shuttle sprints on a wet floor. So here is what the athletes in the team competition are going to be facing in event number 7. Dale, handstand walks, sandbag carries, and then they've subbed out the shuttle sprint for the line-facing burpees.
Yeah, the concern was that planting while sprinting would be a little bit precarious given the rain that just happened, so they made an adjustment in the essence of athlete safety, and so we have a little down and back sprint elimination style, 150-pound sandbag for the women, 200 pounds for the men.
Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. She was down there when this thing was being reprogrammed, and she has more on that.
I am here with 5-time game champion Matt Fraser. He was here in the process of helping change this workout very quickly. What do you think the biggest difference is changing it from the shuttle runs to the burpees?
You know, I think it's going to be more about top end speed. You know, what athlete can cycle the fastest. I think it'll most likely, blow up the heart rate a little bit more and make that second sandbag carry a little interesting.
Being in this sport for so long, you guys are used to reacting quickly to these changes. How do you think these athletes will react to this?
I think they're going to be perfectly fine. You know, they're fit, they're ready for anything. It's a movement that's very familiar. We all do plenty of burpees, so I think everyone's going to handle it very, very well. It's still going to be a quick sprint workout.
You were able to demo this pretty much the entire thing. What did you feel during that workout?
Oh, it's just like, I know if I were competing, there would be a sense of urgency. And demoing it, I know how it works. I've been in the sport long enough. I wanted to make sure there was no miscommunication between the directors, the referees, the volunteers. So I was like, all right, what's the simplest way to do this? Just do it once through. So a little bit sweaty for the rest of the day, but hopefully if it helps mitigate any flaws, I'm happy to do it.
Thank you so much, Matt.
We are underway in the first of 3 preliminary heats. The top 10 times will move on to one final heat. And we will do the best we can to keep you updated on everything that is going on right now on both sides of the floor.
We actually saw an athlete in the center of your screen in the all-neon Minaj. She was the only athlete to not come down at the 30-foot mark, turn around on her hands and go back. Now, it should be noted that the athletes will have to set the sandbag down at the 30-foot mark. No planting and turning, because that was one of the concerns from the start. So they mandated that athletes have to set the sandbag down.
And now the 20 burpees facing the line. Just like it would be a bar facing burpee, they had to face that blue line, and this is the movement that was subbed in instead of the shuttle sprint. If you remember reading about the original version of this event, it was going to be a shuttle sprint down and back because of the weather that came through here. The athletes weren't comfortable doing that. They had a meeting about 2 hours ago about that, and the officials here at Wodapalooza took that into account, decided to change the event, and that's why we're now doing the line facing burpees.
And man, it's just one of those little twists of the knife, right? You know, you want to blast these burpees, and you know, obviously it's not a bar-facing burpee. We have to actually worry about clearing the bar, but it's just a little nuisance that you have to keep in mind. And for a big guy like me, I actually like that because it slows some of the small burpee ninjas down a bit, but still something to think about.
I believe that's Team Ireland or the Richmond Greyhounds. We're trying to figure out who's who here on the floor. They kind of cobbled together some lane assignments for us. So Team Ireland's first athlete still on the floor. When the first athlete is done, she will sprint through the rig, and then the judge at the other end of the floor will release the next athlete.
Once the last athlete gets done, they'll be the one to hit the buzzer at the end. We saw in the event description, but just to clarify, the top 10 teams after the first 3 heats go will move on to a 10-team finale to determine the order.
So 3 preliminary heats. Remember, the men's teams and the women's teams, they are competing at the same time. You can see the men's team is at the far end of the floor. Jamie Hagia is down there. She's going to be paying attention to that, and we'll keep you updated on the action that's going on there. Again, we're choosing to focus on the women just because of the really tight race that we have on top of the overall leaderboard. Mayfem came in with a 3-point lead over Team Krieger, and then Team Gowad is just 21 points out of first, and they're just 18 points out of second.
You can see athlete on the left of your screen and Neon Minaj having to set the bag down. It's one of those awkward movements, like Matt Fraser said. You know, you get the heart rate spiked a little bit from the burpees, and then you got to pick up this big, heavy bag that's basically obstructing your chest cavity, so you don't get to take those big, full breaths. Just one of those little nuisances that makes this event that much tougher.
Amanda Cummins, we saw, is the athlete out for Team Ireland. She's actually a Masters competitor. She's right there doing the burpees in the long gray pants. As Team Ireland already has 2 of their athletes out, and now Cummins is about 4 reps away from finishing her set of 20 line-facing burpees. And then it will be the 60-foot D-ball carry and then another 60-foot handstand walk, and then she'll sprint through the rig to release Team Ireland's final athlete. And there goes Cummins.
You can see her hands. She can't quite get all the way around the bag. There's very few movements in CrossFit where it pays to have long arms, Sean. This one certainly helps. You get a little bit more real estate on the bag. You can even interlock the fingers. Just save the grip a little bit. And even if you do have long arms, it allows you to interlock and hold the bag just a little bit lower to make breathing easier.
Amanda Cummins on her final 60-foot handstand walk, down and back, and then she will sprint to the rig, and then the final athlete will be released. Cummins is now done. She'll sprint through the rig, and Team Ireland will have their 3rd athlete onto the floor. The battle for 2nd and 3rd in this heat is in lanes 5 and 6, pardon me, by Myology Shoe Fly. They're on the left side of your screen, and then Team Tres Pastales, they're on the right side.
Pasteles.
Ah, I thought I had it.
It's all right, Sean.
I thought you were going to be really impressed with that.
Almost.
I blew it.
But I know this is called Dale, and I know that's a frequent, you know.
I got that one.
That's a frequent flyer in your nomenclature typically, but it's all right.
Myology Shoe Fly making the turn. And now Pasteles has their 3rd athlete onto the floor.
You'll get it. See,
the final athlete for Team Ireland is struggling a bit with that 150-pound sandbag, and now she's got it sorted. And they are required to drop it when they make the turn. That's just another thing they put in for safety reasons. Again, the rain that came through here did a good job of dumping a lot of water on the floor here.
And shout out to the volunteers and the competition crew that were, able to, get the squeegees out, get everything situated, and get this floor in working order in fast enough time to be able to continue the competition.
This is the battle for first now, as Pastelis has moved into a tie with Team Ireland on the left. Remember, the top 10 times from the first 3 heats move on to the finals.
Just a faster pace on the burpees, jumping right up and over, not taking that extra gather step on the way up. I mean, since you don't have to jump over the bar, I mean, there's really no reason to not throw caution to the wind on those burpees.
Both teams getting into the bag at the same time, but it's Pastelis who is on to their final carry first. After this, it's another 60-foot handstand walk to the finish line, and that's where the third athlete will then press the buzzer to close out their heat.
Oof. You can see the fatigue there. Look at the midline from the athlete from Tres Pastelis. Seeing the midline start to bow, a little heavy arch, get into that scorpion position. Typically a sign of fatigue. What that does is, you imagine your belly button as your center line, it starts to pull you back.
And both leaders just got no rep. Team Ireland and Pastelis, they both got no rep in the middle of their handstand walk. You have to do each section unbroken. So Ireland now on the left is in the lead here in this heat.
And we even saw in the demo, Matt Fraser had to go back and do an extra.
He actually told the judge, like, no, I'm not doing that.
Now, granted, his was because he had a misunderstanding of where the end line was, but still, a mistake like that is very costly, having to come all the way back. One of the things that's interesting here for the handstand walk, too, is the rain has also washed off the chalk that has accumulated over the course of the weekend. It kind of adds a little bit of attack to the floor. It's really nice if you're doing handstand walks, but we basically have a fresh floor here now.
8:07 unofficially for Team Ireland. 10-minute time cap in this event as Pastelis continues to struggle on the final handstand walk here.
Now we're starting to see a few other teams get close to the end. Once those shoulders are fried, the midline's gone, it's going to be tough.
Biology shoe fly is done as well, so they get inside the time cap. So Pastelis was fighting for the lead here, and now they are really falling back in this heat and in danger of getting time capped. You want to talk about costly no reps. Handstand walking, when you cannot finish a section, it's not like you just shake it out and go again. There's so much recovery involved.
Yeah, and so often you see athletes get right close to the end mark, and usually what happens is they actually start to crank their head up a little bit and try to find where that finish line is. That actually throws off your balance point just a little bit.
That's Own It Think Tank that just came across in lane 7. So they get inside the 10-minute time cap, and now just 20 seconds to go. Fuse Squad in lane 14 just coming up short there on the final handstand walk, and that'll be the time cap. Team Ireland, the top time in the opening heat at 8:07. Amanda Cummins and Team Ireland with a pretty steady effort here.
Yeah, immediately up on the hands. Saw these athletes adjust fairly well, but right around the second round is where Team Ireland started to take control of this heat. They got a nice challenge from the Tres Pasteles team, but the final athlete able to bring it home, the first to finish just over the 8-minute mark. It's a huge boost for them to potentially maybe sneak in the top 10.
For an update on what happened on the men's side of the competition, let's go down to Jamie Higuia.
Watching these men go, it looked like Team Invictus athlete was able to take that heat win. I talked to them after, and they said the key to that was picking up that sandbag fast, making fast transitions, and just going, emptying out that tank.
Thank you, Jamie. Quick break. Heat number 2 coming up for the teams of event number 7. Final day of competition continues here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida at Wodapalooza. It's the 7th of 8 events for the teams. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez, and we have Jamie Higuia down on the competition floor. Event 7 is Dale, and it has been modified because of the storm that moved through about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we had a big rain front, added some water to the competition floor. So in the interest of athlete safety, they switched a few things. 60-foot handstand walk, 60-foot sandbag carry. You do 20 line-facing burpees, swapping out the shuttle run. Then you repeat in reverse order, going back to the finish. Teams will do a nice relay sprint.
We've already had one of the 3 preliminary heats. The men and the women are competing at the same time because of the compressed schedule. We will be focusing on the women's side of the competition because the race at the top of that leaderboard is tighter than what is going on the men's side, but we will be keeping you updated on what is happening with the men. We are going to do our best here to identify who is on the floor because we have no lane assignments because it was a scramble to get this thing put together. So bear with us as we work our way through this second of 3 preliminary heats. We do know that Team Ireland had the top time in heat number 1, 8:07.
It looked like poor TTT CrossFit may have had the top time at 6:36. So a couple things to keep in mind when we're watching these teams take the floor, because this is elimination style. Only the top 10 teams after these first 3 heats will advance to the final to figure out the sorting order for the top 10 in the event.
And that was the top score from the men's competition for poor TTT, 6:36. That's going on, as you can see, on the far side of the floor. Now this is the movement that was added. This is the burpees over the line. 20 of these that they had to complete. Originally it was going to be a shuttle sprint. It was going to be 10 lengths of the floor. The athletes, during a meeting with the officials here at Wodapalooza, said they just didn't feel safe doing that because of the moisture that was on the floor. So they reprogrammed the event, and that's why we have the line-facing burpees instead of that shuttle sprint. As soon as the first athlete is done, she will run through the rig, and then the judge at the other end of the floor will give the signal to release athlete number 2. The third athlete on the floor, the last athlete on the floor, will be the one who presses the buzzer.
And earlier in the broadcast, we heard from Matt Fraser giving some thoughts around the program for this. You know, the 20 line-facing burpees They're significant enough to get the heart rate up, maybe juice up the shoulders just a little bit, because on that last handstand walk, we've seen some teams be at the forefront of this heat and have it all come crashing down because the handstand walk has to be done in 30-foot unbroken chunks.
Most of the first athletes out on the floor are on that final handstand walk. Athlete from Limelight is in the middle of your screen in long black pants. And now we have a team in lane 7 with their second athlete starting out her handstand walk.
Limelight's had a pretty decent competition so far, sitting in 19th. They made the trip all the way out from South Korea. They got the full South Florida experience with some inclement weather, some sunshine, some ocean swimming.
That is Briley Hansen from Freakin' Fitness. They are your leaders right now, the trio of Heather Hudson, Hansen, and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez. Heather Hudson is the athlete who is watching in the back, so it looks like she'll be running the anchor leg as Hansen continues to work her way through these 20 line-facing burpees.
Freakin' Fitness trying to rebound from a tough finish yesterday. On day 2, they put together a pair of top finishes, a 3rd and a 6th, but to open up Saturday, they had a 33rd in the swim event. Really knocked them down the leaderboard, but rebounded with a 12th, and a top finish here could maybe push them back into the top 10.
Hansen back onto the bag.
Look at how she's holding the bag. Interesting, she has a little bit more over the top as far as the line that her arms are taking around the bag. See if she makes an adjustment here. Sitting really low.
Hansen has one final handstand walk to go. She's got to go down and back, and then Heather Hudson will be getting to work. 8:07 was the top time unofficially out of the first of these 3 preliminary heats. And there is Heather Hudson watching Briley Hansen go through the handstand walk. The top 10 times from these 3 heats will go to the final heat. And now Hansen will sprint through the rig. Once she gets there, Hudson will be released. Hudson makes the turn on her first 60-foot handstand walk, and then she'll pick up the 150-pound D-ball and carry that down and back. And remember, they have to drop it after the completion of each length. That's just another safety thing. They didn't want athletes turning while holding that, trying to keep everybody as safe as possible during this event because of the rain that came through earlier and helped make that floor a little more slick than it was to start the day. That's Boats and Bows in lane 7. They are now challenging Freakin' Fitness.
Look at how fast those burpees are. Man, she is flying.
And this is why Heather Hudson must have been chosen to be the last athlete onto the floor. This is a great pace for her. And Freakin' Fitness is way ahead of the pace that was set by Team Ireland.
They must have been comfortable, you know, with the first 2 athletes going and not necessarily holding back their top athlete, because, you know, if they saved their best for last, you know, bringing in the closer, the last thing you want is to have an athlete maybe hit failure on the handstand and hold your whole team back. Team Venezuela, Laura Gonzalez.
They're trying to put a little pressure on Heather Hudson, who is having problems with that bag now. And we saw this happen in the prior heat on the handstand walk. And remember, Hudson has got to find a way to get this done and then do that handstand walk.
And you saw the difference with Laura Gonzalez. She's able to get her hands all the way around the bag. Interlock the fingers just makes it so much easier.
And now Gonzalez gets no rep, and she's got to go back to the start here on the handstand walk. You have to do these 30-foot sections unbroken. Briley Hansen and Winter Nicolette Rodriguez are trying to cheer on Heather Hudson to help her get that sandbag hoisted up.
And usually you'll see some athletes roll the sandbag left to right, get one hand squarely underneath, roll it back the other direction just to make sure you get a better grip overall.
And Hudson just cannot manage that thing right now, having to do it in sections. This does not need to be unbroken.
And I mean, it should be stated, the 150-pound sandbag is something that the women's division, at least in competition, doesn't use a whole lot. Usually we see the 150, 100, but because they're just picking it up to carry, we do get a little bit heavier load just to test these athletes.
Boats and Bows has overtaken.
And it looked like Team Venezuela, Laura Gonzalez, ran the wrong direction and then had to turn around and come back and hit the buzzer.
So they will be your heat winner. Freakin' Fitness has been passed by Boats and Bows right now, and that's the team you're looking at on your screen right at this moment.
It looked like she came across right around 7:28. Now, they lost about 3 to 4 seconds because she went the wrong direction. If this top heat comes and blasts it, and those 3 to 4 seconds could be the difference maker.
It doesn't matter if you win your heat. You have to be one of the top 10 times out of the 3 heats combined in order to advance to the finals.
And we've already passed the time that Team Ireland set in the previous heat of 8:07. So, this final handstand walk really affecting a few of these teams.
And now Boats and Bows just getting a couple feet short of completing that section unbroken. Limelight next to them is trying to get through their final handstand walk.
Brutal.
10-minute time cap here. Limelight is just about there, and she will make it and hit the buzzer, so Limelight gets inside the time cap, so that gives them a fighting chance of getting into that final heat. In lane 11, Fleo has finished. And there is Heather Hudson for Freakin' Fitness. They had the early lead here, and Hudson really struggled on the 150-pound bag and just comes up short. Oh, does make it. They're going to give her credit because both of her hands were over the line. But they're in. And now 20 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. This is JST Compete in lane 12. And they are in.
Nice. I mean, we saw Heather Hudson struggling with that bag. She's only 126 pounds. That's her listed body weight. So that sandbag she's picking up is 25 pounds over body weight. Under fatigue, that's gonna be a brute.
And heat number 2 is over, and it's just the last handstand walk that is really wreaking havoc with this event.
Yeah, we saw some teams like Freakin' Fitness, a handful of others jump out to the front, but on the last athlete, Laura Gonzalez from Team Venezuela, made up a ton of ground to move into the front, but she ran the wrong way. And instead has to turn around, basically ran a shuttle sprint. It actually cost them 7 seconds. 7 seconds. And for a fast-paced event like this, that could be brutal.
And for what's going on with the men, let's check in with Jamie Hagia.
In that first heat, unofficially, it looked like Team Port had taken it with 6:36. But in this second heat, Team Don't Be a Square was able to top that with a time of 6:21. That's what we were looking at over here. We still have one more heat to go to see who will make it into the final.
Thank you, Jamie. One final heat remains. Quick break. We'll come back with the final preliminary heat for Event 7 here at Wodapalooza. Event 7 for the teams continues here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Just one event remains after this on this final day of competition that weather threw a giant wrench into. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez. We have Jamie Hagia down on the competition floor. Dale is what these athletes will be facing. And if you're just joining us, it has changed from the original version because of the weather that moved through here and dumped a ton of water on the competition floor.
Yeah, the organizers and athletes determined it wouldn't be the safest to, do shuttle sprints here, so they swapped them out for some line-facing burpees. In total, they'll do 60-foot handstand walk, 60 sandbag carry in 30-foot sections, and then turn around and come back the way you came in reverse order after those burpees.
There are your overall leaders. That's Mayfem. They have 588 points. They have just a 3-point lead over Team Krieger. The two of these teams have been going back and forth this entire competition. Team GoWad sits solidly in third place. They are only 18 points back of Krieger for second and still have a realistic shot of getting to the top of the overall standings. Saw Lena Richter for Team Krieger looking like she will be the first woman out here. She's in the long black pants in the middle of the floor. The men and women are competing at the same time. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. She's watching the men's competition. She'll be keeping us updated on what's going on with that.
We've seen a few athletes already, to start their handstand walk. Remember, the rule is your hands don't have to start behind the line, just your feet. So you can actually take up maybe 3 to 4 good feet out of the handstand walk just by having an aggressive kick up and placing your hands further away from the start line.
It's Team Flio Fuego in lane 9. Going through those 20 burpees. That is lane 8. That was Omnia in lane 8. In lane 9, next to them is Flio Fuego. So Omnia is the team that was in lane 8. The number's a little bit off here, but there is Taylor Williamson for Mayfem.
You got both
working right next to Noah Olson.
Yeah, you got both of the top teams right next to each other. The overall leaders in the center lane. That Taylor Williamson moving quite well through those. I don't think she'll have any problem with the sandbag. There's been a bunch of rogue fitness challenges, sandbag holds, echo bike. She's won all of those. So the odd object stuff, the max effort sprints, she's quite proficient at that.
And Taylor Williamson trying to keep up with Lena Richter here in the opening leg. Richter was just ahead of her.
Got the crew from Omnia making quick work of this multi-year games team.
They are in front right now, and Omnia coming into this event in 7th place overall, so looking to maybe crack the top 5. They're only 24 points back of the comeback team here.
It looked like actually Flio Fuego was able to pull into their second athlete as well. So look at that handstand walk on the far left side of your screen from Shelby Neal. The athlete from Omnia was a little bit slow on their second handstand walk. Seeing how fast Shelby is, she could maybe make up some distance on these burpees into the last handstand walk.
Omnia trying to score some valuable points and move up the overall standings. Alicia Schauer, Mary Kay Dreisilker, and Kelly Stone, the 3 women on that team.
Look at the burpees on the left of Shelby Neal.
She has a great pace.
She's doing almost 3 to 2. I mean, that's the pace you kind of want here in this all-out sprint. Looks like Krieger may have pulled up close with Ingrid Bodenheimer, making up a significant amount of ground there. She's basically even with the lead now with Omnia.
Krieger has their second of 3 athletes on the floor. They're in the upper left-hand part of your screen, bottom right. Leo Fuego and Omnia.
See Shelby Neal do a pirouette and turn around, go right back, wasting no time. I mean, that made up a ton of ground.
Now the final athlete is on the floor for Omnia. And final athlete on the floor for Leo Fuego as Odemir makes the turn. That's Kristen Holta, pardon me.
It's a nice closer to have in your back pocket.
The Holta done quickly with that handstand walk. She hoists the bag up. The important thing here for...
Look at the transitions here. Quick pull right up into the pocket.
And Holta and company, they are right now ahead of Mayfem. And it would be huge if they could get into the final round, and Mayfem did not. Because it's only a 3-point deficit that Krieger needs to make up in order to overtake Mayfem for the top spot in the overall standings.
Yeah, the top 2 times we've seen so far, Team Venezuela 7:28, Team Ireland 8:07. Apparently it pays to have your country in your name, so they're the top 2 times. That's really what Mayfem needs to have circled, because as long as they can get ahead of them, they know they'll get into that last round.
Haley Adams is on the left side of that boxing upper left-hand corner of the screen, and she's moving at a great pace on these burpees, trying to put a little pressure on Kristen Holta. Holta's off with the bag for the final time, and Holta has taken the lead for her team in this heat. Holta going back down the floor. Omnia has their final athlete working back down the floor as well. I think that's their last athlete, as Holta has the handstand walk remaining.
No hesitation for Kristen. Quick turnaround, right up back on her hands.
And Kristen Holta is going to lead her team to a win in the heat, 6:14 unofficially. Omnia is going to be coming across. And Mary Kay Dreistilker hitting the buzzer there. And now Mayfem and Haley Adams just about done with her handstand walk. This is big for them because, again, the top 10 times get in, and this is really going to help make sure that they get into that final heat. So great effort from Haley Adams to make sure that Mayfem is still alive in that fight for the top spot in the overall standings. Would have been big had they not made it into that final heat, and Krieger did. That's Sol Sigurdardottir from Team Gowad. They're 3rd place overall. She's on the left side of your screen. And Leo Fuego on the right side of your screen also coming across.
And at this point, I mean, Team Gowad's pretty fairly safe in 3rd. They're trying to make up some ground on 2nd place, but at the very least, they know a podium spot is, barring disaster, it's pretty squarely in hand.
More teams coming across. Now approaching the 8-minute mark, so 2 minutes to go here.
Oh, that's brutal. That's Kyra Milligan from the Born Primitive Underdogs. The last handstand walk, we've seen it trip up quite a few teams, be the difference maker. And as you see, looks like the comeback team able to get across. And at this point, for Kyra, a couple of fails, take an extra second, take an extra beat. whenever you think you're okay, maybe take an extra breath on top of that. The last thing you want is to fail a third time.
Kyra Milligan trying to complete this last 30-foot section here on this handstand walk. Still Sigurdardottir for GoWad, the team that came in third place overall. They're still on the floor. So that could be big for Omnia and teams like Flio Fuego, who are trying to move into the top 3 along with Born Primitive, but Born Primitive is still on the floor as well.
And that's tough because Team GoWad was still out there, and if Kyra was able to get one of those last couple of handstand walks, they could have picked up some points, but it looks like GoWad is now done.
Kyra Milligan is just one of 2 athletes still on the floor. And they just have 30 feet to go. And Milligan is using some energy here from the crowd, creeping closer and not gonna get there.
Man, that's tough. Just before the buzzer. Sometimes, like I said, you peek your head up to look to see where that line is, and it pulls you off your balance point.
The 3 preliminary heats are done. Krieger takes the win in that heat at 6:14.
Man, we've seen each heat speed up through this event. And early on, a couple teams, Flio Fuego, Omnia, pushing for that top spot. A beautiful pirouette here from Shelby Neal from Flio Fuego. But over towards the center lane, Krieger jumps to the front, and then it certainly helps to have an individual podium finisher like Kristen Holta waiting on hand to shut the door. And at least through this preliminary round, Krieger has the top spot.
Let's go down to Jamie Higia for an update on that 3rd and final preliminary heat for the men.
Facing elimination, these men were moving fast, but it was actually Sam Sorella-Man that took the victory, beating the top team by almost 30 seconds with an unofficial time of 5:53. Sitting in second is 2.5 Irishmen, and sitting in third is Thunder from Down Under.
Thank you, Jamie. We will have the final heat for the teams in event number 7 coming up next. Final day of Wodapalooza is going to go well into the night here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. We are working our way through event number 7 for the elite team. Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor, and weather threw a bit of a wrench into some things today. But despite that, this has been a fantastic weekend overall.
And I think it's telling that the minute that there was word that things were going to open back up, fans lined outside the venue. The line wrapped around the block, and they were eager to get back in and see some of this awesome action.
Yeah, the fans have been packing the stands at Flagler Stage for quite some time now as we work our way through event number 7 for the teams. We are through the 3 preliminary heats. We're going to the winner-take-all final heat. Right now, Mayfem and Krieger are going to be in that, but it's Mayfem that comes into the day with a 3-point lead over Krieger on top of the overall standings.
And it comes on the back of a perfect day number 3. They win both events on Saturday, starting with the row swim run, and then finishing it off strong last night under the lights. And you know, they've been tied at the hips with Krieger all weekend long, but they haven't blinked. The last 4 results, second, first, and it's good enough for the narrowest of margins over the team from Norway.
Here are the overall standings coming into this 7th of 8 events for the elite teams. Mayfem at 588, just 3 points up on Krieger and Gowat. They are still very much alive here, 567 points, so only 18 points out of second and 21 points back of Mayfem for that overall lead. The Horton Primitive Underdogs, they're still alive for a spot on the podium, but they are going to need to get some help. But Krieger, they have been super impressive this entire competition and just won their qualifying heat in event 7.
And it'd be a much needed win because they opened up day 1 with a perfect day, winning both events there. They added a 3rd event win for the weekend on Friday. But yesterday, even though they were in 2nd place, they lost both events to Mayfem. and surrendered the overall lead.
And this is event 7, Dale, and it has been modified because of all the water that was dumped on the floor, made things a little slick. Athletes felt it was unsafe for them to do a shovel sprint, so now we have the 20 line-facing burpees.
Yeah, 60-foot handstand walk, 60-foot sandbag carry. You have to drop the sandbag at the 30-foot mark and turn it around. You do the 20 line-facing burpees and then go back the way you came in reverse order. 150-pound sandbag for the women.
Both the men and the women are competing at the same time here. Jamie Hagia is on the competition floor, and she'll be keeping an eye on what is going on with the men's competition. This is the final heat for both of those divisions. We will focus on the women's side of things because of how close it is on top of the overall standings. There is Taylor Williamson and the Mayfem team, that 3-point lead over Team Krieger. Winner of this heat wins the event and gets 100 points.
And if the results from the preliminary round hold, Krieger was in first, Mayfem had the 3rd fastest time. That would actually flip-flop them with that 3-point advantage going to Krieger.
There is Lena Richter, who was the opening athlete for Krieger. Looks like she's going to be first out again. The Open is just around the corner, about a month away, and you can register today at open.crossfit.com. It's like both Mayfem and Krieger are going to stay with the same order. Haley Adams was the last athlete out in the qualifying heat, and she really made up a lot of ground on Krieger, put some pressure on Kristen Holta, who is the last athlete out for them. And all Krieger needs to do in this event in order to tie Mayfem atop the overall standings is beat them by 1 spot.
3, 2, 1, go. All right, here we go.
We are underway for the final heat in event number 7. Only 1 event remains in the team competition after this.
And these handstand walks have to be done in 30-foot unbroken chunks. We didn't really see it play a factor for the top teams in round 1, but we have done a ton of work with the shoulders this weekend. Be curious to see if any lingering effects of fatigue start to show up in this later round.
Williamson making the turn. Now she'll get to work on her 20 burpees. Lena Richter from Krieger is towards the upper left-hand part of your screen. She's in the long, dark pants, doing her burpees. She's actually right next to Noah Olson. Noah Olson's in the red shirt. And remember, we will keep you updated on what is going on with the men's side of the competition as Jamie Hagia is down there monitoring that. Kriega, Omnia, and Mayfem are all right next to each other. And Gowad did not make it into the final heat, so they came in 3rd place overall. Looking to hang on to that spot. Some teams now behind them in the overall standings to make up some ground.
Just like they did in their preliminary round, Omnia jumping out to an early lead. They had the 2nd fastest time behind Krieger in that first round, so.
That's Kelly Stone, who is out first, and once again, she gives her team an early lead. Fleo Fuego is in 2nd place. Wozni just got herself across the finish line there to get their next athlete out onto the floor. Ashley Wozni doing a good job on that opening leg. Once again, your overall standing. So Fleo Fuego, they are one of the teams that has a chance to close that gap on Team Gowad. Omnia as well, sitting in 7th place coming into this event.
A couple of teams that they were chasing, like the Born Primitive underdogs, didn't make it into this final heat, so chance to chew up some big points.
Ingrid Odenmere on the left side is the 2nd athlete onto the floor for Krieger. Fleo Fuego and Shelby Neal on the bottom right-hand part of your screen. They are among the top teams as well, and you can see Andrea Nisler on the right side of that box in the upper left. She's going through her 20 line-facing burpees. After this, it's another 60-foot D-ball carry and then a final 60-foot handstand walk. And remember, the sections on that handstand walk need to be unbroken. Looks like Alicia Schauer for Omnia.
I think Shelby Neal has pulled Fleo Fuego into second.
The good news for Krieger is they are ahead of Mayfem right now. Remember, they only need to beat them by 1 spot in order to tie them on top of the overall standings. Alicia Schauer now back on her hands, as is Shelby Neal.
You see her do the pirouette again, didn't take the extra break, just immediately turned around, and she has overtaken the lead because of it, really leaning heavily on her handstand walk proficiency.
Well, Shelby Neal is across, and that'll bring out Jessie Harper. Harper on the right side of your screen. And it's Dreisilker on the left, running the anchor leg for Omnia.
Man, look at the difference the confidence with the bag is. You see the athlete from Omnia basically go the entire first length before Jessie Harper was able to even get the bag up.
Brett, Kristen Holta on the left side, you just saw her leave the camera view there. She is on the first D-ball carry, and Haley Adams, who just left view on that box on the right, she's on her first D-ball carry, so Krieger is winning that race right now. Now Haley Adams getting to work on her burpees, Kristen Holta. Working through her 20 burpee facing the line. Jessie Harper on the right has 3 reps to go.
It looks like there's a 10-rep difference between the top 2 teams. That is a sizable advantage, especially if you're Haley Adams trying to close the door on someone like Kristen Holta.
Mary Kay Dreisilker is on the bag for Omnia, and now 1 final handstand walk remains for them. Jessie Harper is on the bag for Fleo Fuego, and Kristen Holta still trying to cling to a lead over Haley Adams, as Holta is in those long blue pants on the right side.
And this is huge for Krieger, overtaking Fleo Fuego to put more teams between them and Mayfem.
And Omnia is in. They're going to win the event. Krieger's going to finish second. And Jess Harper for Fleo Fuego has 1 length to go, and the pressure's on Haley Adams now. So Krieger looking like they could have a 3-point lead now on Mayfem heading into the final event, as Harper is across, and she is in, and that means that Adams gets in right behind them. So what was a 3-point deficit for Krieger now looks like it will turn into a 3-point lead heading into the final event.
Oh man, feels like every event we're just flip-flopping the lead on this women's division.
3 Blind Mice also came across.
As Team Venezuela finishing up strong, they had a good performance in an early heat in the prelims.
And it's now or never coming across. Make that was the Team Ireland, pardon me. Amanda Cummins was in that group, so Team Ireland is now in.
That's the Invictus
Invictus
crew.
squad coming across. Pardon me, that is now Team Now or Never. They are in lane 10. Venezuela there on the right side of the screen. They have finished. Now or never is across. Omnia with a big event win here. Again, they came into the day in 7th place, 441 points. They're going to pick up 100. And a couple of the teams that they were chasing in the overall standings did not even make it into that final heat, so they look to punch their way inside the top 5. And it looks like now we have a new leader as Krieger has gotten ahead of Mayfem heading into the final event.
Yeah, and early on it was a 2-horse race between Omnia and Fleo Fuego with their top athletes, putting a little distance between them. Mayfem, Krieger, the top athletes overall. But in that final round, Omnia took care of business, able to hold off a charge from Kristen Holta. They hadn't had a finish inside the top 3 yet all weekend, but now they get an event win.
Let's go down to Jamie Higia for an update on what happened on the men's side. Again, both these teams, or both the groups were competing together. They had to compress the schedule, and that's why all these squads are out on the floor at the same time. So the men have also wrapped up their competition. Jamie is trying to get the results for that. When she has them, we'll get a report from her on what the status of the men's side of the competition is. And the boys, who came in with the overall lead, pick up another event win, and Jamie Higia is with Noah Olson and company.
Noah, you were the one that started off this workout, built a lead in the beginning, and were able to hold on to that. What was the order you guys decided on? Why did you guys decide on that order?
You know, I made a mistake on the first round, and I felt really bad about it, and I wanted to make up for it. So round 2, it was perfect execution across the board for all 3 of us, and that was relief.
Chandler, with so many different movements in here, you needed strength for the sandbag and also gymnastic skills for the handstand walk. What was the deciding factor, the biggest factor in this workout for you guys?
I think the deciding factor was different for the 3 of us, but the good news is Travis is one of the best guys in the world with his hands on the bag. Noah's one of the best handstand walkers in the world, and they got enough space where even my deficiencies in those movements kind of could keep us together. So everybody had their own struggles and things they were good at, but combined, just like we've been doing all weekend, we cover down for each other and we end up doing all right.
Travis, with such little turnaround time in between the qualifiers and the finals, how did you guys feel going into this?
I mean, I feel like we felt pretty good, just the confidence of each other, trusting in each other. Regardless of whatever they're going to throw, we were going to handle it and run with it.
Thank you.
Raise your hand if you heard any of that.
It's loud in here. Thank you.
Noah Olson and the boys picking up their 4th event win in 7 events, and it's basically smooth sailing for them to the top of the overall standings with 1 event remaining. We'll take a quick break. The individual, they will be up next for their 7th of 8 events. So stay with us here in Miami as Wodapalooza continues. Individual competition continues here in Wodapalooza as the elite athletes are getting set to take the floor for their 7th of 8 events. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler, and it's Jamie Higia, who is down at Flagler stage. Event number 7 had to be modified a bit because of the weather system that moved through here and really dumped a lot of water on the floor. The athletes said they didn't feel comfortable doing a shuttle sprint, so the shuttle sprint now been replaced by the line-facing burpees.
You know, and I'm going to take that as a silver lining because I actually like this setup better. I love those burpees in there, and the fact that they have to lift that sandbag multiple times, I think that actually plays to a better event. So good job on those athletes.
There will be 3 preliminary heats here, and the top 15 times will then move on to the final heat. We're going to focus on the women's side of the competition. Jamie Higia is down on the floor. She'll be watching the men's side and keeping us updated on that. All the athletes have to compete at the same time because of the weather system delaying things. The officials here at Wodapalooza had to find a way to get all the action in. They compressed the schedule, decided that everybody would go at the same time. The first of 3 qualifying heats here underway. And because things have been rushed and the Wodapalooza crew has done such a great job of shifting things around, we don't have heat sheets, so we're going to try to identify people on the floor as best as we possibly can. Just keep in mind that the top 15 times from the first 3 rounds will move on.
And again, just like I said in the opening segment, I love the way that this was set up. I love the fact that you have to pick up that bag and then drop it, because now, you can just kind of lock in and hold that and kind of make it through the 2 rounds or the 2 laps, but now you got to pick it up twice. So you can see, again, that's multiple times we got to deal with that bag and how you're going to pick it up. I think that was great.
This one will go fast. The team version was a relay. Now the individuals will take this thing on, and that's the line that they have to get over for the burpees, and it's just like a bar facing burpee.
Well, see, and I was listening to you and Tommy talk about with the teams, and it's the idea of a bar facing burpee, but look at the height of that jump. She doesn't need to do that. All she has to do is get her feet over that line. So, I mean, they didn't come up with a standard. They just tried to fix the event, with bearing the issues that they were dealing with. But you have to remember, okay, like, what's the standard going to be? And basically the only standard was her hands are behind the line and your feet are behind the line and you land on the other side. So you can really kind of, find those little corners where you can make yourself around. You can see that nice little side step to kind of ease that jump. So I think you can really be creative as you're making those jumps.
And that is Michelle Basnet in lane 12. She is your early leader. 150 pounds on the D-ball, and they are required to drop it when they get to the end of the floor. This is another safety precaution they put in place to make sure the athletes weren't pivoting with that against their chest, trying to keep everybody as safe as they possibly can here.
It was really interesting watching the teams, athletes attack this, and just how much, everyone came out firing, just like we saw here, but then the tempo kind of slows down. Granted, it's still very fast, and it is a race, and you want to make sure you get into that top 10 so you can get to that final. But you can start to see where the importance really starts to shift. Those last couple sandbag carries, it gets really heavy, and then that last handstand walk has been really dicey for some of these athletes.
Lane 10 is in. About 2:17 now, your top time in this heat.
Oh, and
that's Meredith Swindle, who just came up short there on.
And we've been talking about the 30-foot has to be unbroken. If you miss it, you got to go all the way back. And for this sort of elimination round, that is extremely costly.
And that is the time cap, 3-minute time cap in this event. About 2:17 is your top time.
Looking at that time that she came up with, that 2:17, not a bad little setup for the first round. And again, I think for the athletes here, they were looking to see what the teams did and how that was handling. It really came down to the second half of this event. The burpees are going to be fast. If you have a short range of motion, it's going to be great, but you got to get that last handstand walk, and that's exactly what happened here in lane 10.
The top 15 times will move on, so heat 1 is done. 2 more preliminary heats remain here. Remember, the men are still competing at the same time. They're on the far end of the floor. Let's go down to Jamie Higia, who has an update on their first heat.
This first heat opened up with a lot of excitement. Jorge Fernandez took the lead and was holding on to that till the very end when Griffin Rowley was able to outreach him and touch that button before him to take the event win.
Great race on the men's side. Stick around. More action to come here. Heat number 2 of the qualifying heats for event 7 for the individuals is up next. 2 qualifying heats remain here in event number 7 at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida at Wodapalooza. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Things are moving fast here.
Moving fast, very fast. Elimination round, elimination style. And, you know, it turned in from one setup to a little bit of a difference, and it's actually turned into not just a straight gymnastic event, but gymnastic and the handstand walk. You have to pick up that sandbag and drop it every single time, and it's that last handstand walk that's really been the catch for a lot of these athletes.
150 pounds on the sandbag for the women. There's Annika Greer, who had an event win last night on this stage. Looking to repeat that performance here. The top 15 times from these qualifying heats move on to the finals.
You know, one of the things we've been talking about is the gymnastic aspect of this, the handstand walk. So, you know, we're watching Annika Greer. This, you know, she has a gymnastic background, so that's really going to help in her favor. But that bag for some of these athletes, for some of these women, is a little bit big and kind of hard to handle. So hopefully she can hold on, dig her nails into that bag and hold on to it, make it all down without dropping it.
Men and women competing at the same time. We're going to focus on the women's side of the competition. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. She will be watching the men's side and keeping us updated on that. We had a really bad weather system move through here about 6 hours ago that forced everybody to have to leave Bayfront Park. It pushed the schedule back. So in order to accommodate the competition and make sure they got all the events in, the officials here at Wodapalooza decided to make the men and women compete at the same time. We saw that with the teams as well. And now Annika Greer is on the 150-pound sandbag.
I'll tell you what, if I had to have someone to pace for Annika, to take Tim Paulson, I think that's awesome. So here we go. She didn't have any issue with that heavy sandbag at all, able to really make her way through there. And this is where I think she can really do some damage to the rest of the field. Stay nice and low. I like the way she's stepping up to that line and staying low. Look at that. Head is down, basically spinning a circle as she's moving around. She does not need to come all the way up. The standard was just get your feet over, so I don't see any judge telling anyone no rep unless the chest doesn't go down. But look at that speed.
Lane 12, I think that's Olivia Sulek, who's next to Paige Powers, is on the left side of your screen. She's on the sandbag, as is Annika Greer. Sulek has the bag down. Because things are moving so quickly here, we're without heat sheets that tell us where all the athletes are. We're doing our best to identify people here. A 3-minute time cap in this event. 2:17 was the fastest time we saw out of heat number 1. Top 15 times from the 3 qualifying heats move on to the finals.
And I'm not really sure where the pass that Sulek had over in lane number 12 happened, but she was able to get ahead of Annika Greer. I think it was just, wow. I think it was just that Annika just wasn't able to hold on to the back, but what a great finish actually for both those ladies.
Greer is in at about 2:03, about 5 seconds behind Sulek. Both of them looking good as far as that final heat is concerned. Paige Powers has come across. She's at the top upper left-hand part of your screen.
It really comes down to precision of movement as you get into these fatigue gymnastic movements. You know, it's not that far of a distance, but when you're doing it at a high rate of heart rate and breathing heavy, shoulders have already been blasted through the whole course of the weekend. So they are really putting it, under the gun, being put under the gun, trying to make sure that they can get all the way across that floor without falling. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Woo, nice finish.
Just inside the time cap. Annika Greer is going to take second in the heat. Olivia Sulek came in first at 1:58, and Paige Powers also got in towards the front of the pack.
And and I was really hoping for Annika, after having a great event last night, that she could come in and do some damage here. We definitely saw that. But Sulek was able to really put the pressure on that last length, or the second to the last length of the sandbag carry, and then just absolutely no problem with that, with the handstand walk. Beautiful, beautiful.
And the men are competing at the same time. Their second heat of the qualifiers was going on as we were watching the women's action. So let's send it down to Jamie Hagia for an update on that.
With this being the qualifying rounds, mistakes are costly, and we're seeing that in that second heat. But one person that did not make any mistakes was Josh Gervais, who ended up taking first place in this heat with the fastest time, unofficially of 1:49, with Alex Vigneault coming in right behind him.
Thank you, Jamie. And those are the athletes who have already gone, who are just going to wait and see if they make it into that final heat. So one heat remains here in event 7 for the individuals at Wodapalooza. One qualifying heat remains for both the men and the women here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, as the final day of Wodapalooza rolls on. Sean Woodland and Bill Grundler here in the booth. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Event 7 has 3 preliminary heats and then 1 final heat. So we'll figure out who's in the final heat in just a second here. But here are the standings coming into the event for the women. Ellie Turner with a 24-point lead over Emma McQuaid, who is tied with Bethany Shadburn for third. Ariel Lowen trying to work her way into the top 3. And Lucy Campbell's, she is alive, as is Danny Spiegel, but they need to put on some really good performances here and get some help in Dale, an event that was changed because of the impact the weather had on the competition floor.
Exactly. And what we did basically is we took out 300 feet of shuttle run and kind of shoved 20 line-facing burpees in there. And then one other thing, just because we wanted to mitigate any kind of issues on the turns, you have to drop that sandbag every time you get to the 30-foot segment at the end.
Well, Ellie Turner, your overall leader, started off great. Back-to-back wins. That was back on Thursday. And then she had 3 straight finishes inside the top 6. But last night, a tie for 14th. And that made things a little more interesting with that woman, Emma McQuaid, who now sits in 2nd place, tied with Bethany Shadburn at 501 points. Bethany Shadburn on the right side of your screen.
You know, and I really have to kind of give the advantage here to Bethany Shadburn. Gymnastic background, so you know she's going to have, or should have, no problem on the handstand walks. Very strong athlete to make sure she can really kind of move that sandbag. So if I had to pick someone out of the 3, I would pick her. However, Ellie Turner just keeps surprising everyone, but it's a skills thing. We'll see how she can handle those handstand walks.
There's Danny Spiegel, who sits in 6th place overall. Her best finish of the competition was a 2nd. That was in the MIA Bar Complex. That was the event number 3 on Friday. 1:58 unofficially for the women is the top time. That was Olivia Sulik in the prior heat. Top 15 times from these 3 qualifying heats move on to the finals. Men and women on the floor at the same time. And Jamie Hagia is keeping an eye on the men's competition as Danny Spiegel completes her first 60-foot handstand walk.
So fast, Danny Spiegel. I mean, handstand walking, she might as well be on her feet. It's just about as fast. Oh, and they didn't make her drop that. I wonder if the judge is going to call her back.
They did not. Wow. So Danny Spiegel, you are supposed to drop the bag. She held on to it, and she does get away with one right there.
Ooh. That was a very big gift. All the other athletes had to drop the bag. That's standard, and then you have to pick it back up. Now, granted, you see Danny Ponytail right there in the middle. Very fast burpees.
I was going to say, she was on the wrong line, and that would have made her transition to the handstand walk a lot faster. They have made her move back now to the correct line to continue her burpees, and she has 4 to go.
So look at the way she's circling around. I think for all the people doing the burpees, this is the way you need to do it. Don't worry about trying to come straight back and forth. If you can circle it up, do that.
The Spiegel back on the bag, and we'll see if they make her drop it this second time. You are supposed to drop it when you complete 30 feet. Now she drops it. Danny Spiegel staying in the lead right now. Spiegel in a race with woman on the left side of your screen who's on her second handstand walk. Lane 6 is your event winner. That may be Freya Moosbrugger. Again, we do not have lane assignments here to let us know who's who. Sometimes we don't recognize an athlete by sight. We apologize if we misidentified her, but Danny Spiegel is going to take second. That's Fisa Gaffi who came in lane 8. Now Ellie Turner is on her final handstand walk, and she's the only one out. She's going to take another finish outside the top 10 because she's in danger of not qualifying. And now a no rep for Turner.
Oh,
a no rep
goodness.
for Ellie Turner. She's got to go back. So Turner could be watching her lead disappear here.
And again, this is for the qualifying round. So not only is she going to be knocked out of the top 10, but where she fits in after that, and this is a drastic shot at her points.
And Emma McQuaid has already finished. We're not sure on her time, but McQuaid came in just 24 back of Ellie Turner, and she could erase that here in event number 7. Disappointing result for Ellie Turner.
Absolute beautiful race, and we came out right out of the gate with Danny Spiegel just really putting the pressure on the rest of the field. We saw her get that one little freebie by the judge where she didn't drop her bag. You know, I thought that she was going to be towards the end, but that was not who your leader was. Now this was the big surprise. We knew, or we figured, that the skills segment of this would be really tough for Ellie Turner, but I didn't realize it was going to be this tough. And this is one of the things about you are not able to make a mistake, especially in an elimination round like this. It's just too costly.
That is a big opportunity for Emma McQuaid, who did finish in that third and final qualifying heat. Now the athletes will wait to see if they make it into the final round. The top 15 times will go. Jamie Hagia was watching the men's side of the competition, and she has a report on what happened in their third heat.
In this final heat for the men, the winner who was able to take it was Samuel Cornwallier. He was the fastest time in this heat, with very close in second, third, fourth, and fifth. You had Alexander Caron, you had Saxon Panchik, Dallin Pepper, and Pat Villner all really close right behind him. So we'll find out who makes it to that final round.
Thank you, Jamie. They will figure out who's going to be in that final heat. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the conclusion to event number 7 here at Wodapalooza. We are ready for the final heat of the individual event number 7 here at Wodapalooza. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. When we were last with you a couple minutes ago, we watched Ellie Turner, who is your overall leader coming into the day, really struggle on that handstand walk.
You know, she's had such a great weekend, but even her, she herself said that it's going to be a problem when we get to the skill stuff. I mean, just look, just the strength, the power, the endurance that she has, the stamina that she had. And even like the basic gymnastic stuff that she had with the chest to bar pull-ups, great. But we were wondering what was going to happen when it came down to the handstand stuff, the handstand push-ups. And that's what she really started to falter. We saw a little bit of issues on the rope climbs. And again, she was able to mitigate that damage. The problem is when you get to this last event, it's elimination style, and you can't mitigate the damage if you can't get through to that top final position. She did not do that. That last handstand walk, she just could not complete it and got capped out. So she did not make it into the top 10. That is a large amount of points. She had a 24% lead over Emma McQuaid going into this, and we're going to see a lot of that dissipate.
Only 24 points over Emma McQuaid. Emma McQuaid is in the final heat. Now, Bethany Shadburn is not. In order for McQuaid to make up a 24-point deficit in one event, she would have to win, and Ellie Turner would have to finish 9th. And Emma McQuaid has been slowly creeping up the standings here. McQuaid didn't have the best start. She did tie for 3rd, but then a 13th to end day 1. But after that, everything's been inside the top 9.
You know, she's just been great. And I think, you know, that heavy weightlifting thing that kind of stung her a little bit and then quietly kind of crept up the field. You know, a nice 6th place after that, making that event win in the row swim run. And now we have to see the fact she made it into the top final. That's great. She really has a lot of work to do, though, because there are some really, really strong and gymnastic ladies in this particular event.
Dale is event number 7 of 8 for the individuals, and it's the part in the middle that changed due to safety concerns that were brought up by the athletes. There was a lot of water that was dumped on this competition floor earlier in the day. They thought a shuttle sprint was unsafe, so now we're going to the break.
You know, I think this is going to be the crux of this event. All these ladies could do the handstand walk. They all can lift the sandbag here. So now it's going to be who can do those 20 line-facing burpees the fastest. And I think Annika Greer, we saw an amazingly fast set of burpees. So this is going to be a great race. I cannot wait to see these ladies get after it.
That's Freya Moosbrugger, who had the top time in heat number 2, getting herself psyched up. Winner of this heat wins the event. Danny Spiegel also in this final heat. We're going to be paying attention to the women's side of the competition. The men are competing right now as well in their final heat. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor, and she will be keeping an eye on that for us. First 60-foot handstand walk.
And again, we see Annika Greer in the bluish camouflage pants and the ponytail getting after. But man, look at Danny Spiegel go.
And this time she does drop the bag. She got away with that in the last event. In the last heat, you have to drop the bag when you get to the finish. And now the handstand, or pardon me, the burpees. And it's Moosbrugger and Spiegel right next to each other.
And this is what Freya did last time. She was able to make up that distance on Danny Spiegel. Now, Danny was great on the handstand push-up, or the handstand walk. Great on that sandbag here, but look at the tempo difference with Freya in the red tank top. Staying nice and low. I like how she keeps her head down there. Same thing with Annika Greer down at the bottom part of your screen. This has to be a full send. It must be that. Look at the speed of these ladies.
Moosbrugger and Spiegel tied right now. Annika Greer is in third, and Emma McQuaid on the left side of your screen is in the top four.
You saw Freya drop that sandbag, and that's one of the things that I really like about it. The redo of this event is that you have to carry that twice. Look at the way she's holding on to that. Danny Spiegel on the right-hand side of your screen was able to finish that because her hands were locked. Freya really just kind of holding on by her fingertips on the top left side of your screen.
Spiegel on her final handstand walk. She's got to go 30 feet down, 30 feet back in order to close out the event. And Danny Spiegel looking to pick up 100 points, and she will win event 7. Wow. Now here comes Annika Greer. Olivia Sulik is in, and now Annika Greer is across. Emma McQuaid is coming in along with Emma Tall, closest to the camera. So McQuaid now comes in. McQuaid will get a top 10 finish. The question is now, where did Ellie Turner wind up? Ariel Lowen is across.
I tell you, there's high stakes, high risk on these elimination events like this. I mean, same thing. Someone else that we don't see on the floor, Bethany Shadburn. Bethany Shadburn was tied with Emma McQuaid when they went into this, and Emma was able to make that jump into the final heat. Wow, Danny moves so fast on that.
Danny Spiegel came into the day in 6th place overall with 452 points. And every woman ahead of her in the overall standing, she beat. So she's going to maybe be within striking distance of a spot inside the top 3 right now.
I loved the race between Danny and Freya, but right there you can see Freya drop that bag, and that's where Danny was able to make that move. And then again, you know, once you get her on her hands, you're going to be hard pressed to beat her. And she had that lead, and man, what a great finish for her. And I'll tell you what, she needed that. That's a chance to get her on the podium possibly.
Well, event 7 is now done as the men and women are exiting the floor. Teams will be back out here in just a little bit, but things certainly got a lot more interesting on the women's side of the competition after that event.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm glad that it rained, and I'm glad that we made that adjustment to the event, and that all came down to the athletes. When Matt O'Keefe came down and asked everybody, hey, what do you guys think? We want to keep you guys safe, and they came up with that. Yes, we want to change it. They brought Matt Fraser in there to do a little adjustment to the event. I like the way it's set up that way rather than just running back and forth. I think that it definitely tested the athletes more. It made that event itself be much more complete. I'm happy it rained. Bring on the rain.
Danny Spiegel was the winner for the women. Let's go to Jamie Hagia for an update on what happened in the men's final. Jamie?
Danny, with such a quick change in movements, how did that change your approach to this workout?
I don't know, this is so fast, you just kind of have to go for it. The second time hurt a whole lot more. I'm going to say that.
Doing it in the qualifying round and then the final round, what was the biggest change you made in that second round?
I didn't forget to do things the second time around, so did it.
Perfect. And Samuel Cormier, you were the event winner for this heat. In the first round, you were in second, or you were behind and came back to win that qualifying round. But in this one, you led all the way through. What was the difference in your qualifier and your final?
I think in the first one, I was trying to pick up the bag with the full grip. And after reflection, I was like, you know what? Let's go faster. So just pick up the bag and run with it.
And what are you looking forward to in that final event?
It's going to hurt. I mean, 55 double press, I think everyone in here know that sucks. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
So Sam Cormier is your winner for the men, and Danny Spiegel wins for the women, and both of them trying to move up the overall standings. We have the updated women's standings here. These are unofficial. Emma McQuaid at 589 unofficially has the lead going into the final event. Ariel Lowen sits in second, followed by Bethany Shadburn and then Danny Spiegel. Again, these are unofficial. Certainly take another look at these. The team competition coming up next as we step away for a moment here in Wodapalooza. One event remains, and we'll have it for you on the team side of things coming up next.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate the simulators, but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
No better way to close things out for the team competition here at Wodapalooza than under the lights on Flagler stage, and we are glad you were with us for the final event for the teams. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Event number 8, the final event. The rings are coming out and the worm is back on the floor.
Oh man, this is a nice little remix of one of the online qualifier events from this past year for Wodapalooza. Just simple as can be. 55 ring muscle ups, 55 worm clean and jerks, time cap 12 minutes. Nothing fancy, just do the work and get it done.
Being joined in the booth by one of the men who is very responsible for helping to put this event on, the president of Loud and Live Sports, Matt O'Keefe. Thanks so much for being here. I keep saying this, but it's my first time here. And people have told me how awesome the event is, and they have been underselling it. This has been a fantastic experience. What kind of effort is it for you and your team to be able to pull this off?
Well, it takes a lot of people. We have 1,000 volunteers that put this together. You know, our staff just tries to put them in positions to succeed, but this event is about 1,000 people, 2,200 athletes on a floor, all these spectators and partners. They all make up, and I said this the other night, you know, they're beautiful sums of, you know, micro parts that make what Wodapalooza is. And, you know, without them, we can't do this. So, you know, it's a lot of work. There's a lot of moving pieces, and you can see Wodapalooza is just a unique, you know, layer. It has unique layers of chaos like we saw today because of weather and whatever. But these guys are amazing. I love every one of them. They put a lot of hard work into this for, you know, not much more than a T-shirt and a pair of shoes.
Man, and we're sitting here, it's Sunday, last event, you know, looking back on all the stuff that goes into it, like we just mentioned, what sort of feelings and thoughts are going through your head as you sit here on the back end of such a crazy weekend?
Man, it's always emotional. Like, we did it, right? We got through all the moving pieces and pain and whatever was dealt at us. But man, again, I'll go back to that group and all the parts. I'm just so proud. It's such an amazing weekend. It's emotional to watch it all play out. You know, I'm just proud of all of them, and I'm proud that everybody's had just a wonderful experience.
You guys, like you said earlier, kind of had to tap dance a little bit today. I thought you did a great job, adjusting the event and being able to get things running on schedule here. What were the considerations or things that you took into consideration when you started to kind of reprogram the event and compress the schedule?
Yeah, I think when we saw the rain and then we made the idea, we made the announcement to shut the property down for a bit. We went upstairs and just played a bunch of scenarios out, and then you have to be patient and then see what time you have left on the back end, and then it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. But athlete safety first. We were down on the floor testing. Matt Fraser was helping. Dylan was down there. And then, we went up and talked to the athletes and got their perspective. It's important. Do you feel safe? No, we don't. Okay, let us come up with another scenario. And if we can't, we'll just cancel the event. This is about them feeling safe and having a great time. And I'm glad we could work through it.
Yeah, you mentioned, Matt's involvement in helping out with that last workout. What's it been like getting to see him on the other side of the fence, not as an athlete, but getting involved in events and even helping organize some of the program stuff that's going to test these athletes that he used to compete against?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he digs in on me, and really blindly just helps me with anything I need help with, which is great, right? But, it doesn't hurt to have the five-time fittest man on Earth's perspective on, what do you think might work and, keep the integrity of the test in place. He's awesome, man. He ran down here, was testing handstand walks, telling me what he thought was safe and not. And, we're very fortunate that he was there to help, and he cares enough to dig in with us like that.
Where do you guys go from here? I mean, this is such a big production. It seems to get bigger every year from what I've heard and what I've seen. Again, it's just an incredible production and a great experience. But how do you top this?
Yeah, it's we get some rest the next couple of weeks, right? And we start again. And we are, one of the first answers every year is always we got to build a bigger boat, And so, but that's the fun part is this piece of property is hard to work with, So how do we get more seats in, and how do we improve the experience? And we'll do it, after licking our wounds and getting through some of the comments and feedback and asking some key people, what do you think and where can we go with this? But we will put on a bigger and better show for sure. You guys were a part of that this year. Look what you guys executed on the broadcast. This has been, one of the proudest points for me. I mean, we look like unbelievable through this, and people are getting to experience what Wodapalooza is through the screen now, and that was the goal for this, and you guys pulled it off. What a huge step up, and we can do more here too.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a fantastic competition. We are in the first of 2 heats for the women's final event here. 55 ring muscle-ups that need to be completed with 1 athlete working at a time, and then they will go on to the 55 worm clean and jerks.
I saw that little dance there. Like, that's what Wodapalooza is all about.
Well, and the one thing we haven't gotten to see is there's so many other competitions going on here, adaptive divisions, and that was one of we heard Justin Berg talk about this earlier in the week. You guys sort of carried the torch on that, and now the adaptive division is in the games. You've done a lot of stuff here that really has helped move the sport forward, and I think people, if they come here, they're going to not only see this great elite competition, but so many other things that are going on here. How do you juggle all that?
It's hard, honestly. Well, we have a lot of experience with it, so like you're just kind of adding pieces as you go. So like you have a lot of context for what it looked like with 1800, now 2200. But yeah, it's complex. Think about what today was. We're trying to make sure everybody's getting their workouts in. It's a lot. Yeah.
The lead teams here in this first of 2 heats are on to the worm. 55 worm clean and jerks, and they'll advance it down the floor every 11 reps.
In lane 12, it was Team Venezuela was the first team to the worm bag. A little bit different dynamic here because these are 4-person worms, but with only 3 sandbags. So there's a little bit more slack on each end for each athlete to have to deal with. For these worm clean and jerks, grip is going to be an issue, especially at the end of a long weekend. You can see some teams already starting to struggle there.
The second time that we've seen the worm in the team competition here. And if you are not on the same page on this thing, it gets really squirrely really fast.
And even some small things where you can see where a team is familiar. You see the Richmond Greyhounds there. They have an athlete signaling to go down, and rather than dropping the worm, hooking both arms and doing basically a tap and go. And if you can use the nonverbal communication, use some hand signals, and you have a very clear leader, you can really pick up some time from the teams that have to reset, drop it every single time, and will let the fatigue pile up.
The Brits advancing their worm. Every 11, they will be moving forward.
Team Venezuela still able to be the first team to the second section of those worm clean and jerks. The crew from Richmond Greyhounds, you see Hannah Hardy in the middle, some crew from CrossFit West Chase that qualified for the games this year out of the MAC, the affiliate under Aaron Hanna.
Aaron's been a huge supporter of this event for years. He might have been at the first for all I know, but he's been coming down here for a long time.
Well, what I love about this event, and you see it from year to year, is the support, not just globally, because obviously Wodapalooza has been, such a beast for the last 5 years, is the support from the local communities. It started out as a local celebration of the affiliates, and you still see that through and through with, whether they're competing or not, all the big names from Florida, the Southeast region, the Dirty South as it used to get called, coming out to show some love.
Yeah, it's amazing. This group here, down in South Florida, with 150 people in this park threw a little party 10 years ago, and look what it is now. And they keep coming back. There's so many people that have competed 10 times. It's their Super Bowl every year. It's awesome.
Started as a little kickback, grew into full-on block party. Sounds like Sean's high school shindigs.
False. These are your 2 leaders in this heat. On the floor on the left, it's Blue City CrossFit. On the right, the Brits. Boats and bows there on the left side of your screen, and the yellow bows in their hair and the gray pants. And now Blue City moving forward. That's Sarah Rush, who is in front. Morgan Rouse is in second, and Taylor Stride is in the back. In lane 10, the Richmond Greyhounds. They continue to go back and forth with Blue City here for the lead. Now Richmond, they are back in front.
And Richmond Greyhounds sticking with the touch and go reps. They weren't one of the first few teams to the worm, but slowly and surely they've been able to pick up steam. That's just the experience you get from games team athletes. You spend a ton of training at that high level working with the worm.
Rachel Blong in front, Hannah Hardy in the middle, and Ricky White-Torito is in the back. These are your top 3 teams. Blue City on the bottom right. Boats and Bows on the left side of that box on the bottom left. The Brits are in the bottom right. They're also in that fight for first place here.
I love the communication from the lead athlete on Richmond Greyhounds. You see her not only giving a hand signal, but the rep prior, as they're starting to get a little squirrely, she shouted out a countdown just to give them a few extra breaths and make sure everybody stays in sync.
12-minute time cap in this event. First of 2 heats here in the final event for the women's elite teams. So one more rep now for Blue City. And they are in at about the same time as the Richmond Greyhounds. So we're going to have to go to the official time on that one. It looks like they hit the buzzer at exactly the same time.
It's an awesome race. Blue City, obviously games experience this past year qualifying out of the WCC. So it's cool to see 2 trios of women who have games experience as a team being able to parlay that into performance here at Waza.
MXN Powers, who you're looking at now, and they've thought they've been done 3 separate times and they keep getting sent back. The worm can wreak a ton of havoc. But they are out of Mexico, so sometimes there can be a little bit of a language barrier when you don't understand the instructions of your judge. That could be a factor there. But we're going to have to wait to see who won that battle between Blue City and the Brits. I'm sorry, the Richmond Greyhounds and Blue City. CrossFit Reignited and CrossFit Hype trying to finish up here. Hype is in. The Reignited trying to get things sorted before they can get across the finish line. About 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. That's Team Ireland coming across. Amanda Cummins bashing the buzzer to make sure her time is counted.
Saw a strong performance from them in the previous event. Reignited, of course, a team that got an invite to the games from the MAC on a backfill. Also made a tremendous charge the final few days.
Matt, have you been able to enjoy anything here at all, or have you been like nose to the grindstone the entire time?
Yeah, you know, I do get to watch a little bit. You know, I try to see some of, you know, every division. You know, I'll populate my schedule ahead of the weekend. So, you know, I'll go to adaptive, you know, teens and see some of the scaled stuff. So, yeah, I do. I really try to soak this in, you know, because it helps me with our team visualize what the future looks like. You can't do that by just sitting around and maybe watching an elite heat, because this is an inclusive event. This is about, you know, them as well as everybody else. And it's 48 divisions or whatever. Like there's a lot to consider. So you got to see it. You got to experience it.
I mean, you did experience a little extra this morning at the team gauntlet.
Oh man, I think I bit off more than I could chew. You know what's funny is I pulled my hamstring on the run because I think it got competitive on the run immediately.
Oh yeah, I saw some high knees and some hard charging elbows.
I was getting pushed by the champ.
I mean, you picked Justin Medeiros as your partner.
Yeah, that was fun. I appreciate everybody who did that today, and it was great for the fans to see all those guys get out on the floor. But they do not know how to just go out and have a good time. Around.
Once a competitor, always a competitor. The Richmond Greyhounds, they have the top time at 8:53, just edging out Blue City CrossFit. And you mentioned the broadcast earlier. I know it's the first time you guys have done something of this scope for people who are watching at home. As we take a look at the action here in this first heat, why was that important to you?
Yeah, I mean, it was really the missing piece. You know, with you know, we do a really good job on site. You know, it's an incredible experience, and the broadcast just didn't meet that same standard for us. You know, and we needed to really work And we had always desired to raise the bar there. And now is the time, and it was time for us to step our game up there. You know, you see a lot of broadcast the games, Rogue, and, you know, we were just, you know, playing a C game compared to that, and it was time. So we brought you boys in, and the rest of the gang, and you guys have absolutely crushed it.
Well, I'm sorry you had to settle for that one, but we appreciate it. One heat remains here for the teams, and we will have it for you as that battle between Krieger and Mayfem comes down to the wire. Don't go anywhere as Wodapalooza continues.
Chase.
Action continues here in Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, as the women's final continues. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. This is how close it is on top of the overall standings for the women. Team Krieger, they were trailing by 3 points coming into the day. They now lead Mayfem by 3 points. Team GoWad, they are solidly in third place. And they're going to need a lot of help and a great performance here if they even want a chance of maybe overtaking Mayfem for second place. Final event is the OC Remix presented by Noble. 55 ring muscle-ups. Divide those up however you want, and the worm is back.
Oh yeah, we're gonna close with the quintessential team implement in CrossFit competition, the worm. 55 worm clean and jerks. We see some teams already make a charge in those final ones. It's basically winner take all for Mayfem here. They come into this 3 points back. Right now they have the tiebreaker over Krieger if they win. So pretty simple task. Cross the line first and you get it.
Krieger with 3 first place finishes. Mayfem with 3 first place finishes. But as you heard Tommy say, if Mayfem earns the win here, even if they tie Krieger in points, they will have that tiebreaker. And the two of them will be right next to each other on the competition floor.
10 seconds out, please. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Winner take all here in the final heat of the final event for the elite team competition at Wodapalooza, and it's going to be Kristen Holta who is out front for Krieger. Right next to her in the blue shirt is Taylor Williamson for Mayfem. 55 total ring muscle-ups. Divide them up however you want amongst the 3 teammates.
You can see Taylor Williamson starting to get a big swing on the rings there, coming a little off center. Looks like she's managing it all right though, but might have to take a pause at some point just to kind of steady the sway.
Meanwhile, Kristen Holta on the right continues to work through hers. Neither her nor Williamson have taken a break yet. On the left, meanwhile, GoWad, your third place team coming in this event, they have subbed out, and now Williamson and Holta.
Kristen Holta's phenomenal upper body pulling strength. So that's a good sign for Mayhem rep-wise that Taylor Williamson was able to hang tough with muscle-ups with Kristen Holta.
That's Lena Richter and Andrea Nisler. GoWad trading out again.
I like seeing the big sets from both of the top 2 teams so far. I mean, ton of team experience on both of them, the top 2 teams at the games between Oslo and Mayhem. So they're comfortable with the worm. is not something they're going to struggle with, so they can maybe take a chance here and try and rip off some bigger sets.
Mia Hesketh is the athlete on the rings on the left side for Gowad, as Nisler is off, Richter is off. So it looks like it's the same strategy for both of these teams as far as numbers are concerned. They're about rep for rep. Haley Adams is going to get to work before Ingrid Odenmeyer, who has to deal with the pad there that she had to move out of the way. So Haley Adams and Odenmeyer here working through the 55 total ring muscle ups.
You see, Haley's got a little bit of a side-to-side swing. She had to take a pause at the top to try and stabilize it. For some of these athletes that they're perfectly comfortable doing high reps, rhythm is such an important element.
Well, Odenmeyer is off, Adams is off. Here comes Kristen Holta. Taylor Williamson back to work, approaching the 3-minute mark, 12-minute time cap here in the final event. Time to beat belongs to the Richmond Greyhounds, 8:53. Freaking Fitness, they are on the worm. And now Krieger and Mayfem onto the worm at the same time. They'll advance the worm forward every 11 reps. They have 55 total they need to complete.
Looking for 30 clean and jerks like you said.
Krieger in the red and black pants, the red tops, black pants. They are the team with the 3-point lead over Mayfem. Gowad on the left side of Mayfem have a little bit of a trouble with the worm. Krieger is through their first set of 11.
And interesting, it looked like Krieger started to move just a little bit forward, but maybe transitioned too early. They had to pause there, and they were about a half rep ahead of Mayhem, and Mayhem was able to catch up there.
The comeback team in lane 18, top side of your screen, they are the leaders in this event right now. But the overall win is on the line here on the bottom right side of your screen between Krieger and Mayfem.
Well, it's interesting. So even if Mayhem doesn't win, if they just beat, oh, that's a costly no rep there. And that's the worst part about the worm. If you drop it out of sync, it starts to curl up. You got to straighten it back out. It's just wasted time. I believe that's Born Primitive Underdogs at the upper left-hand corner that's been doing no rep, tap and go reps in the pink shorts and white top.
That is the Born Primitive Underdogs. They're right next to Krieger. Pardon us, the Born Primitive Underdogs, they are your leaders in the event. The Krieger just moving, 55 total reps. They'll move every 11. It looks like Krieger is just ahead of Mayfem, as Mayfem, as you heard Tommy mention, had that costly no rep. And that allowed Krieger to open up a bit of a lead here. They have a 3-point lead on Mayfem. Mayfem has got to beat Krieger across the finish line if they want to win the Wodapalooza Championship.
And right now, I mean, Krieger's in cruise mode. They have been faster on their rep turnovers. They've been a little bit cleaner reps for each one of them. And they've gotten their hands back to the bag sooner. It's really easy to fall off pace here on the worm. You got to be honest about convincing yourself to get your hands back on the worm.
And Krieger is in, and that is the Wodapalooza Championship for Lena Richter, Kristen Holta, and Ingrid Odenmeyer.
What a tremendous performance from the crew from Norway. You can see them wearing their country colors on their tops. A ton of Norwegian pride here this weekend, representing an up-and-coming country in the CrossFit world. To outduel the women from Mayhem, tremendous performance.
Final rep for the crew from Mayfem, who will lock up a second place finish as they come across. It will ultimately be a 6-point win for Krieger.
What a great possible final send-off for Kristen Holta. You know, she retired from individual competition at the games. Said she was going to do a few off-season competitions to kind of finish off her competitive career, maybe shift focus in life. If this is her last one, she gets the send-off alongside a few of her countrywomen with a win on the team competition.
This is GoWad. They were solidly in third place coming into this event with 616 points. They had a 55-point cushion over Amia.
And I mean, even though the podium's pretty solid, you look at the rest of the top five. Amia in fourth, tied with points with Team Flio Fuego, and just 6 points back of them is the comeback team. So with Invictus coming across the line there, strong performance to close this out. This could be, you know, a huge shakeup on the leaderboard for the other teams vying for top 5 spots.
I misspoke. GoWad had a 75-point lead over Omnia, so they are all but guaranteed a third place finish here. These were the point standings coming into the event. Krieger, courtesy of their victory over Mayfem, increases that by 3 points to win the championship. GoWad is in. Looks like they will wind up on the podium. They were the only other teams other than Mayfem and Krieger above the 600-point plateau. And then Omnia came in fourth place overall, followed by Team Flio Fuego. The two of them actually tied with 541 points.
And remember, for the elite teams, only the top 5 get paid out, so we're fighting for prize money too.
Now the Born Primitive underdogs, who at one point were towards the front of this heat, they have come across.
That's Team Flio Fuego just now getting to their final set of worm clean and jerks.
Look, if you don't have a worm and you don't get to practice on it, it can be just an absolute nightmare as things start to go wrong.
I mean, look just behind you, you know, the team in the blue tops, they just crumpled. One athlete drops it, the worm folds in half, twists and contorts, and man, that was almost a minute just for one rep.
Flio Fuego just trying to get in here. They have plenty of time. There's a 12-minute time cap. Shelby Neal is in the middle. She's the one calling the signals here. And now another no rep for them. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap to close out the women's elite team competition.
And it looks like the crew from Limelight at the forefront of your screen still out there trying to finish their weekend strong. And it seems like Omnia is potentially towards the back half of that heat. But Flio Fuego is still out on the floor, so it could be possible that Omnia overtakes him for the 4th spot.
Limelight is on the left, Flio Fuego is on the right. Now times from the prior heat starting to factor in here.
Yeah, and Omnia is already done, so that means, you know, Flio Fuego is going to miss out on that 4th spot. And now the question is, when did the comeback team finish, and were they able to make up enough points to overtake Flio Fuego for 5th?
45 seconds to go before we hit the time cap, and Flio Fuego just trying to gut through these reps. Second place is worth 97 points. And then first place in an event is worth 100. Second is worth 97, fourth is worth 91. It's a 3-point difference all the way from first place to 20th. or 21st place, and then the deficit decreases to 2 points the rest of the way down. But there are your team champions. Team Krieger, Kristen Holta, Lena Richter, and Ingrid Odenmeer. And they were dead even with Mayfem to start, but it was the worm that made the difference.
Yeah, we saw, you know, Team GoWat switching out athletes early, kind of giving up reps to the top two teams pretty quickly. And, you know, we saw a handful of teams come out to the worm first, beat both of the top teams coming in, but on the worm, it was the steady pace from Team Krieger. You can see Ingrid putting her hand up. She knows they're about to win. A little celebration for everyone back home in Norway cheering them on. Those three women put on a show all weekend.
Things changed in 2021. It used to be that the team competition was dominated by North Americans. Not anymore. As we saw at the games, a couple of teams from outside of North America finishing on the podium. Now Team Krieger once again, two of their athletes who were at the games doing extremely well here. The team competition is going to be a lot of fun moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the year, a team from Europe or the Pacific had never finished on the podium at the CrossFit Games, and we had two this year. So the tide is slowly turning. Part of it is due to those women on your screen right there from Norway. CrossFit has become such a huge part of the Scandinavian culture. It is actually recognized in Norway as an official sport, functional fitness. So they take it very seriously. Fitness is a huge part of their lifestyle. And we're starting to see the fruits of the labor that they put in by athletes like Kristen Holta, who planted the seed of competitive fitness in that country.
And as you said, if this is the last time we see Kristen Holta on the competition floor, a great way for her to go out with another win put under her belt.
I spoke to her before the competition, just, you know, saying hi, catching up, seeing where her mind was at. You know, she was just felt so honored to be able to, you know, help spread functional fitness to her home country and do so alongside two very talented women, Ingrid and Lena.
And Jamie Hagia is with your Wodapalooza champions, Team Krieger.
Lena, you were so efficient in the worm. You won both events with the worm in it. How were you able to do that? Usually being used to doing it with 4 people and this time with 3.
We pretty much did the same as we do with 4 people. We stretched it out a little bit more. So working with a worm, the most important thing is keeping it level. So you see people having a lot of hanging down in front and in the back, and we just stretch it out. It was really efficient.
Ingrid, you guys are no stranger to the women competing against the women of Mayfem and Mayhem at the Games. You guys came in 2nd there at the Games, but 1st place here. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. And we have Kristen now on our team, so that's very helpful.
Kristen, an 8 times CrossFit Games athlete. You had announced your retirement earlier this year. Is this the last time we will be seeing you out on the competition floor?
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, but this feels like the perfect way to finish it off.
Congratulations.
Kristen Holta confirming that this will be the last time that she is on the competition floor, and we hate to see her go because she has been an absolute joy to watch. She's a fantastic ambassador for the sport, an amazing athlete, and we wish her all the best as she moves forward. But it's been a real pleasure to watch what she's been able to do throughout her career. Just one of the most consistent and complete athletes that we have seen in this sport.
And in many ways embodies, you know, the heart and soul of what CrossFit is all about, right? It's not about, you know, just chasing the big numbers or chasing the easy route. It's putting in the work day in and day out, making those slow, steady improvements for the long-term goal of being better. And, you know, Kristen showed up in 2014, a rookie season at the Games. A lot of people were skeptical because she was the athlete that kept Sam Briggs out of the Games from Europe that year. But you know what she does? She comes out, she wins the 333. She says, hey, I've got some capacity here. And slowly but surely, she fixes everything in her game to make the podium.
A great send-off for Kristen Holta as she goes out as the Wodapalooza champion along with Lena Richter and Ingrid Odenmeer. We've crowned the women's team champion. We'll crown the men's team champion coming up next. Stay with us. The final event for the men's teams is ahead here as the final day of Wodapalooza rolls on.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
'23 Team Ohio Elite, 22 Moist AF, 21 Moog Performance, in 20 the Spindle City Boys, in 19 U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team, 18 CrossFit Resurrection. Next to them, the L&D Warriors. Next to them, Grit House. Then comes JST Compete, followed by Don't Be a Square. Then come the Omnia Island Boys, DSM Performance, Team BHT Lab, Conquer, Cobra Kai,
1 minute,
Invictus Athlete, and ADM Wolfpack.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, folks, here we go. The fellas taking the floor. That's right, fellas, don't forget, you gotta spin around and look the other way once you get to the ring for your 55 muscle-ups. If you were here for our women's division, it's gonna be eerily similar to that. We're just adding a few muscle-ups, 55. The guys can transition through the athletes however they see fit to get to that number of 55. Then they will be out to the worm for the 30 worm clean and jerks. And as we saw before, they're gonna make it through these muscle-ups. They got it. They can do it. It's an individual kind of thing. The wrinkle comes in when you start adding that worm in. That worm is gonna reveal whether these guys have been communicating regularly or not.
Larry, 55 ring muscle-ups divided as needed. Typically, that's a pretty high standard, but these are our elite teams. 12 minutes on the clock. As mentioned, 2 components. Independent ability when it comes to gymnastics, but yet coordination and cohesion on that hefty worm. We're looking for that judge's hand in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Who's gonna dig and get these 55 ring muscle-ups knocked out first? Invictus athlete moving nicely. U.S. Army War Fitness team. There goes Cobra Kai in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Spindle City boys. Proving to be a factor the entire weekend. They're gonna try to keep that consistent here.
Again, folks, 12-minute time cap in place for all this action right here on the Flagler stage, brought to you by Rohm Workout right here. Sunday night under the lights, downtown Miami. Making it happen. 10 years. Back again.
Again, Larry. Eagle eye on those judges. Who's going to raise that hand first?
Keeping our eyes on them. Noah on one side, me on the other. Looking for that judge with a hand in the air. You're gonna send the fellas forward to their worm. Just like we talked about, 30 worm clean and jerks. They'll move forward every 10 reps. Just past 3 minutes on our time clock. Got a hand in the air right in the middle.
Conquer in lane 22. Quick transition. I see a lot of judges' hand in the air. All eyes. And sure enough, Larry, we've got a team progressing to that worm. That's going to be the boys of 17 and 14, 13.
That's right.
And it looks like 11 as well. Way too close as an army of teams start wrestling with that hefty worm. Come on, Miami, show some love for your fellas.
U.S. Army Warrior Fitness putting in some work on their worm, advancing forward. 5 reps deep, I believe. Again, these fellas, no stranger to solid communication under pressure.
CrossFit Resurrection in 14, Larry.
Judges hand in the air here. 2 reps to go for them before they can move forward. 1 more rep for CrossFit Resurrection in 14. And there they step go. Forward. Second set of 10. Coming about 5 minutes. Right behind CrossFit Resurrection, the boys in 20 DSM Performance doing work. Resurrection, DSM Performance. Don't be a square, just a few of your teams vying for that top spot at the moment. Rapidly approaching 6 minutes on the time clock, our halfway point, our allotted time. Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see that team at that final position with this hellacious worm? Grid House. 1 more rep. And here comes the boys at 14, CrossFit Resurrection. And right next to them at 15, the LNT Warriors are 1 and 2. Fellas duking it out side by side right in the center of the floor. Less than 6 minutes to go. Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFit Resurrection in 14. LNT Warriors at 15. You're 1 and 2. Who's it gonna be? Over 6 minutes in, plenty of time on the clock. Here comes JST Compete, and JST trying to stay ahead of Don't Be a Square. 3 more reps for CrossFit Resurrection. Make it 2, but here comes, ladies and gentlemen, the LNT Warriors. Take care of business with a sneak attack at the end. Resurrection right behind him as we hit the 7-minute mark. So many teams, Larry, just moments away from slamming this button and punching their ticket to finish These the guys OC Remix. Rolling through it. Coming up on 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
JST Compete, Don't Be a Square, and it's Don't Be a Square. Just ahead of JST Compete. A lot of action remaining here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get these fellas across the line. Larry, keep me up to date, brother, on what's happening over there. It's crazy on the west side. DSM tacks up well below the time cap.
Coming up on 8 minutes, get 12-minute time cap in place, Noah.
Omnia, Island Boys, trying to get it done. It looks like they've got 1 more rep to go.
Got a 3-way shootout down here in lane 10, 11, and 12. These guys all with just a handful of reps to go to finish up.
Omnia, Island Boys across the line. Ohio Elite looking good. The Grid House. Judges hand in the air for them. Make it 1 to go on a lane 16.
4 triple T for CrossFit done.
Team BHT Lab. Straight up against Cobra Kai on the west side.
Athletes coming up on 9 minutes, plenty of time. All of our guys within striking distance of finishing up under that time cap.
BHT, Cobra Kai, but it's gonna be BHT with 1 more rep to go out of lane 21. Can they get it done and fend off Cobra Kai? A no rep for BHT. Can Cobra Kai get back in the game quickly?
Ladies and gentlemen, BAC, one more rep to go. The boys in lane number 11 wrapping it up, finishing up lane 10, taking that picture at the end, coming up on 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
Friends, let's get behind our elite team. Still doing work out of lane 13.
U.S. Armored Warrior Fitness out here getting after it, lane number 13. Noah coming up on 10 minutes. Hand in the air, these fellas almost there.
Let's get them through these reps. 2 minutes to go. 4 reps. Miami, you are far too quiet. Let's get behind these athletes.
You heard the good doctor, folks. Let's make some noise. Cheer these fellas on. Just a couple of reps to go. The fellas on the floor, get behind them.
One
that
more
vibe
rep.
going.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
90 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. Well done, athletes. Very well done. The entire heat done well under that 12-minute time cap.
Come out. All right, with 2 minutes.
All right, guys, we're at 2-minute mark. Here come your teams.
Beautiful Miami, Florida. It's been a fantastic weekend, and we are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Jamie Hagia is down on the competition floor. Here's where we stand coming into the final event for the elite teams. The boys, they have been on a tear 4 event wins and then nothing outside of the top 3. They are 60 points up on the Thunder from Down Under. Team Hercules, they sit in 3rd place, 42 points up on Sam Soreleman. OC Remix presented by Noble.
A little spin on something we saw in the online qualifier this year, but in the team version, 4-time 55 ring muscle ups, 55 worm clean and jerks. Straight down the pipe, just go for it. And we saw some tremendous work done in some of the earlier heats for the women.
The Worm is back out on the competition floor for the 2nd time this weekend. And for more on that, here's Jamie Hagia.
We're used to seeing this Worm at the games. It's normally 365 pounds for 4 teammates, but here it's about 289 pounds split between 3 people. The key to this is going to be staying in tune with your teammates to know where they're at, keeping it level, and pushing that pace and keep on going.
Thank you, Jamie. Your overall leaders, the boys, and they have so far been the best.
You know, sometimes the simplest answer is the best, and the boys, the 3 best individual athlete trio out here, have managed to gel, and they haven't had a finish, like you said, outside of the top 3, and they basically need to finish 20th or better to not surrender this.
And this has got to be the best team on the floor. Thunder from Down Under. And despite having to swap out an athlete at the last minute, Matt DeLugos in the back there stepping in. They sit in 2nd place.
And you know, they're really leaning in with the party shirts here. The Thunder from Down Under needs to finish 11th or better to secure themselves a podium spot and hold off Team Hercules. Now that assumes Hercules wins the event. So for every spot Hercules finishes down the leaderboard, that's an extra spot of leeway for the crew from Australia.
55 ring muscle ups they need to complete. They can divide it up however they want. And it's going to be Chandler Smith out first for the boys, and Con Porter leading the way for Thunder from Down Under.
And you can see that loose Floyd material on Con coming up over the back of his head. You know, maybe it's good for deleting gin and tonics at a nightclub on the weekend, but it's not great for muscle ups. Fashion over form on this one, I guess.
He's finding a way to work through it. The time to beat belongs to the L&D Warriors, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. Noah Olson wearing the whoop strap, heart rate a cool, calm, and collected 125 beats per minute. As now James Newberry is on the rings for Thunder from Down Under.
Would love to see that once we get to the Worm. Noah is incredibly proficient at muscle ups, and given that it's such a long, smooth movement for him, you know, the total time per rep is a little bit higher. It's easier to keep the heart rate down.
Angelo DiCicco is there for Mayhem, and now they weren't even supposed to be here. They had a flight they had to catch out tonight. The schedule got pushed back because of the weather, and they were in danger of not being able to compete. Their flight got delayed, so they came back to compete in the final event.
It just goes to show even Mother Nature wants Mayhem on the competition floor.
They come in 7th place overall with 508 total points as Angelo DiCicco will hand off to Luke Parker, as Rich Froning was the man who led things off for Mayhem in Paradise. And you got to think, if they can get to the Worm anywhere near the front, they're going to have a good chance to win, because Rich and that crew definitely know how to move that thing.
It's just a core part of the Mayhem training. They train in groups, they do a lot of team elements. They've got a Worm, they've got every tool at their disposal. And one of the hallmarks of their performances at the games is they've been winning events at the games with the Worm.
There are the standings as Mayhem in Paradise comes in 7th place overall. And the top 3 have really separated themselves from the rest of the field. All 3 of those teams would need a disaster to not stay where they are right now.
We were just talking about Mayhem and the ability to mix it up. Well, you know, they're in 7th right now. They're about 40, 50 points away from Sam Soreleman in 4th. But what we've seen is some of the teams in this top 10 have had finishes outside the top 15, outside the top 20. And Mayhem is one of those teams that's been able to win multiple events this weekend. So if they hit another home run, you could see some chaos.
Travis Mayer hopping off the rings for the boys. And I believe that will bring Chandler Smith back, as he was the first man out. And so the boys have worked all 3 of their athletes through the rings. And Con Porter has ditched the flowing shirt.
Tarps off, boys.
He's back on the muscle ups. And now Con Porter will bring in James Newberry.
It'll be interesting to see how the boys handle the Worm clean and jerks. They did tremendous with the Worm thrusters and actually won that event. on the very first day, but when the fatigue sets in, a little bit more moving parts, a little bit more minor teamwork cues you're going to need for this clean and jerk.
Hercules in the bottom right side of your screen, they are to the Worm. First team in the top 3 to pick that thing up. Now the boys are there, and so is Thunder from Down Under.
And it should be noted that, you know, while they're all accomplished individuals, Hercules, Roy Gamboa, Travis Williams have a ton of team experience. They spent a couple years during sanctionals going after the team competition at a Don't Stop crew at the games, competing at Dubai, all over the place.
The Minutemen, they were the first team to the Worm, but now things are starting to even up here as far as the battle for the lead is concerned. The 2022 CrossFit Open is right around the corner, about a month away, and you can register now. Head to open.crossfit.com to throw your hat in the ring and be part of the 2022 CrossFit Open. Thunder from Down Under advancing the Worm. The Minutemen, they are the team that is closest to the camera. They got to the Worm first. Rich Froning and company, they have advanced. And Sam Sorella Man with Philip Muscarella in the all black, they are up there as well. Thunder from Down Under going touch and go.
You see Matt DeLugo's having to work a little extra hard there, being the tall man in front. The cadence and the arc of the Worm from each rep is just going to be a little bit longer for him.
289 pounds on the Worm in total. And usually 4 people are handling that thing. This one has been reduced in weight, but is still awkward.
You see the difference in hand and placement on the Worm right there. You know, so DeLugo's had a ton of slack in front of him, where it looked like the crew from Mayhem a little bit more balanced. Rich didn't have as much slack in front of him.
Thunder from Down Under continuing to work through their Worm clean and jerks. Matt DeLugos in the front, Con Porter behind him, and James Newberry. And here come the boys, Noah Olson in front, followed by Chandler Smith and Travis Mayer. And then on the left side of your screen, it's Mayhem and Paradise Froning in the front with DeChico and then Luke Parker. The Minutemen, they are your leaders in lane number 9. The final few reps for Thunder from Down Under and the boys on the bottom right. And Thunder from Down Under is going to win the event, and they will finish on the podium. The boys looking to hang on to the top spot in the overall standings. The Tractor is the team on the upper left. We apologize for misidentifying them, but the Tractor is the team in the lead as the boys come across. Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer looking like they're going to win the Wodapalooza Championship.
Solid performance from the 3 individuals, but remember we also had L&D finish in 650. They kind of wedged right then and there. From an earlier heat, they might end up with the top 3 finish. So nice way to end their weekend.
A 12-minute time gap in this event. This is Team Hercules. And remember, they had 592 total points. They had a 42-point lead on Sam Sorella Man.
And we just saw the Smith bros come across the line. Solid performance from the team that had 2 subs last minute. Both Street Horner and Sam Dancer had to fill in.
Travis Williams hits the buzzer. He, Logan Collins, and Roy Gamboa are done. Here's the French GoWad team. I'd like to thank them for always wearing the same thing, making them very easy to identify.
Oui, oui.
And Willie Georges, beret and all. Is that a baguette? It is. So we've covered all the bases there.
All they need is a lit cigarette. Finish the Holy Triumvirate for France.
final reps for a few teams still left on the floor.
Looks like training culture getting across.
But the boys show up in Noah Olson's backyard and really dominate this competition. 4 event wins. Coming into this event, they had yet to finish lower than 3rd. This actually might be their worst finish of the competition, and it could be 4th.
Man, they really let off the gas at the end there, Sean.
Kind of slipping.
And early on, we saw, the individual talents of these teams and these games athletes getting to shine on the rings, but it was the Minutemen, maybe even the tractor out on a different lane, getting first to the worm. You can see no one was with them. Once they got to the worm, the touch and go reps from the Thunder from down under. No need for the party shirts. We're just gonna quietly finish first. Mayhem manages a top finish behind them too. Oh.
And now the shoey. Something I first witnessed in 2017 in the CrossFit Invitational when the Pacific team won, and now Matt DeLugos, I'm guaranteeing this is probably the first time he's done this, but this is an Australian victory drink.
Hopefully it's a nice low-calorie beverage.
And I'm really shocked that Con Porter and James Newberry endorse this kind of behavior.
I mean,
that's very sarcastic in case anybody.
I was gonna say,
I'm surprised they're waiting till the end of the event to do it.
I mean, they're probably already planning out what club they're gonna show up on.
But you talked about subbing out athletes. They had to bring in Matt DeLugos basically at the last minute. Jake Crouch was supposed to be the guy that was there.
Oh man, one last worm lift after slugging a White Claw.
Team photos for the fans here who have stuck around at Bayfront Park.
Look at Chandler's face. He's squinting. I don't know if that's intentional or maybe because he's got some perspiration on the bifocals.
The male elite teams are going to clear the floor, and we'll hand things over to the individuals.
Guys, I got the pictures right here. Guess what? Make some noise for your 2022 Men's Elite Division champs, the boys. A decade of celebration. Congratulations, Noah. One more time for all of your elite men's division. Give it up for the boys.
Not a bad weekend for those three. Let's get together, do some fitness, win a competition, and bring home $25,000.
I might get you a few protein bars. What'd you do?
Get Chandler some fog-proof glasses, maybe.
Yeah. What'd you guys do this weekend? Hung out with my buds, got swole, got paid for it.
Thanks, Mike. Flex. Here we go. Flex. Oops. Oh, I wasn't ready at all. All right. That was a mess. Whatever. Anyway. Hello.
Well, as good as they are at fitness, maybe taking group photos is something they can work on in the offseason.
We'll work on that. But a lot of fun watching that team compete in this entire competition. But you wonder how 3 individuals who have spent the majority of their time competing in individual competitions, when you put them together, yeah, you have talent, but can they gel and be a good team? The answer to that question apparently is yes.
Yeah, well, I think it was you look at the individual makeups of them, both Noah and Chandler are just so much better when they're having fun, Sometimes they can put pressure and anxiety on themselves, and we see that bubble over in competition as individuals. But here in the team competition, they can just have a good time being in Miami, and it certainly helps having a father of 4 and Travis Mayer kind of wrangling them all together.
And the boys are with Jamie Hagia.
Chandler, with only 2 movements in that workout, how were you guys so efficient in that warm at the end?
Well, first off, we were kind of efficient, but we weren't as efficient as the Aussies, so they finished really strong, and they performed great all weekend. So if you guys want to give a round of applause for those dudes. Almost? Okay, cool. I'll do it myself. Anyways, we got one of the best muscle-up guys in the world, and Noah Olson. Travis is stronger than anybody. So, again, same as all weekend. We're leaning on everybody's strengths, and these guys happen to be really strong, so it made it pretty easy.
Travis, out of all 8 events, which one was your favorite?
I'd probably say the worm thruster assault. I think that just kind of brought us all together and really ended that night on a high. So that was a lot of fun.
Noah, a decade of celebration. You have been here for all 10. What does this victory mean to you?
This is special. You know, I've been here, like you said, for a bunch. I've been on the podium before, but I don't know if any of them are going to feel as special as this one. Wodapalooza is already a blast. Doing it with your best friends is a blast, and winning it with your best friends at Wodapalooza, can't top that.
Congratulations.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Hey, thanks for everybody for sticking around. I know today was crazy, but we appreciate you guys sticking in the stands. It made it really special. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Chandler Smith is a good human being.
He is. You know, it just seems like whenever he's around, you just start smiling inexplicably.
The boys wrap up the team championship for the men. Get back to individual action to figure out who's going to stand at the top of the podium in those competitions when Wodapalooza continues.
Setter, 2 times CrossFit Games champion, and 11 times CrossFit Games competitor. I have quite a busy lifestyle. I am an athlete, I run a business, and I'm a mom. So I wake up early in the morning and I want to have energy throughout the day. I have had some of the energy drinks out there, but I feel guilty and I feel uncomfortable with what I'm putting in my body, which is why it was a perfect find when I found Yerba. This drink is natural, there's no artificial sweeteners. The caffeine that's in it is diverted from nature, so there's no crazy high spike or crazy drop in it. I want people to be aware of what they're drinking, and I want people to feel good with what they put in their body, which is why I became an investor and part owner in this brand, because I want to bring this to the masses. I want to try to change the world.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
We are down to the final event for the individual women here at Wodapalooza as the final day of competition heads into the evening here in Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler, and it's Jamie Hagia who is down on the competition floor. Just 2 movements in the WZA OC remix presented by Noble.
Yeah, and it's simple, but it is ugly. 55 toes to bar, 55 double press. For the ladies, we have a pair of 35-pound dumbbells, and then we'll check out what the guys have when they come up. But this is a gross one. And you have to think about what this is. First of all, we got static. We've got those toes to bar. They really are not going to affect these athletes. So it's just something to kind of kick you in the stomach, literally, and then you get to dance with the devil. It's all about those devil press. 55 is a high number. This is one of those numbers with this weight that you can go unbroken, but it is going to be a very, very painful setup if you want to go that route.
First of 2 heats for the elite women. And we will know who will stand atop the podium here at Wodapalooza.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
55 toes to bar to kick this thing off.
You know, we've had a lot of different styles of events. Ooh. Saw one of the ladies just drop down from this kind of. This is one of the things I don't think these women actually thought about was having to set up your apparatus before you even get to those toes to bar. Some of those ladies were able to just jump straight up. Others had to go 1 pad, some had to go 2. And some of them, I mean, it's moist out there. We just had a lot of rain, so we saw one of the athletes fall off the bar. Not what you want to start with, but this was 55 reps. It's not a small number, but it's not a detrimental number for a lot of these athletes. So they can really kind of just control themselves, compose themselves. This is something you have to get through because this is not where you're going to win or lose at the event, but you need to kind of start yourself here before you get into that next piece.
Earlier it was Caroline Connors who tried to get herself up on the bar and wound up slipping off.
Just not tall enough. Now, this is one of the things I was going to say. I actually, in this heat, had my eye on Caroline Connors because if you think about these 2 movements, high volume, 55 here, 55 on the double press, and if you are one of the shorter athletes, you have a little bit of an advantage. You don't have to swing your legs as far. You have a lot less legs to move. So I was expecting her to, be able to get through these, but I tell you what, that's a mental thing. You missed that. You saw the extra large padding that she put on top of that. She was not going to have that happen a second time.
Caroline Connors is also wearing a whoop strap so we can monitor her heart rate throughout the event. Right now, just 135 beats per minute. And when you think back to Celebrate 10, the event that closed out day number 3 here at Wodapalooza, had a lot of gymnastics movement. She took 4th in that, by far her best finish in the competition.
Yeah, she's even very efficient here. So she's using her stature to her advantage, but watch that. She pulls her knees up to her elbows and then kicks. So it really lightens the load of the levers of her legs as she's lifting that up, which really was awesome for her.
And Connors now getting to work on the 55 devil press, 35 pounds in each hand. They'll advance the dumbbells every 11 repetitions, and a few more athletes out getting off the pull-up bar and joining Connors at the dumbbells.
Now with 55, you see these ladies are all starting to make their way back down to the floor, You have to really set yourself up for success. You're not going to win by winning the first set of 11 reps here. So you just need to find a nice tempo. You're going to have a built-in break as you move from segment to segment as you make your way up. But this is something that if you can continue yourself nice and smooth and not have any breaks, you're going to be in a lot better position rather than trying to rush it. The other thing I'm really seeing a lot of these ladies do, which is great, is once those dumbbells are up overhead, they bring them straight down to the shoulders and then go straight down to the ground. They aren't trying to stop them on the way down.
9-minute time cap in this event. The first of 2 heats here in the final event, the 8th and final event for the individuals in a competition that started all the way back on Thursday.
Now the standard is they need to make sure they get their chest all the way down to the ground. So you can see Caroline Connors right there with the green shirt. Getting all the way nice and deep. Now it's just a little bit of an adjustment. You can see that wide grip with the dumbbells. So it gives you kind of that wide deficit push-up setup. But she's adjusting those really well. And I like the way that she's bringing those down nice and fast, so she's not using any sort of negative on the way down, trying to conserve anywhere in any way she can.
She's getting ready to close out her second set of 11 reps, and then she'll move forward again.
See a little bit different style here with the hopping down and a step up. And again, all that's trying to do right now in the early set of these reps is just keep that heart rate down. Don't fatigue yourself. You can see she keeps her dumbbells on the ground as long as possible right here, and then a big hip pop to get those dumbbells overhead.
Caroline Connors is done with 22 of those devil press, and now under her third set of 11.
You can see the little pad down on the ground that those athletes are aiming for as they're going down for their chest on the ground.
4.5 minutes in, 4.5 minutes in again.
It gives them a nice visual of what they're trying to hit. A lot of times, you know, when we're doing these sort of movements, you kind of get your chest stuck on top of those dumbbells. But this is giving you just a little bit of a visual to keep, something to get your chest to aim for as you're going down to the ground.
Aoife Burke is a couple lane down from Caroline Connors, and she's moved into her third set of 11 as well. So Connors is getting set to close out 33 of her 55 reps, and then she will move forward once again with 22 repetitions remaining.
And I'm trying to see right now, as we're about halfway through these reps of these ladies, what is their low back doing? So Caroline Connors up at the top, you can see she keeps her head way down. She has the strength to get that big swing. You see her put the dumbbells between her legs and load up those hips and hamstrings as much as she can so she can snap that up as she uses her back to snap the dumbbells up overhead. Same thing with these ladies, but you can see down the bottom, a lot of them are using their legs a little bit more, trying to keep their chest up to take some of the tension off the back. Really comes down to what is your weakness. If you have a strong enough back, this way it's not overly heavy so you can do that. Otherwise, if you are worried about your back blowing up, you keep that chest up nice and tall.
When she completes this round, she'll be done with 44. She'll have one set of 11 remaining. 9-minute time cap here. Caroline Connors has basically led from the beginning of this event, looking for her best event finish that she took 4th in event 6.
Really impressed at the tempo of Caroline Connors. It really has not stopped. You can see a little bit of a slowing, but not much. We've done 44. Man, we've done a lot of devil's press, Sean, and these women are still hanging in there. But that's one of the things you have to. This is the last event of the weekend for these ladies. They've had, obviously, a bunch of events up to this point. This is where you just empty the tank. You don't have to worry about preparing for tomorrow. All you have to worry is about traveling. So empty the tank here, blow your back out. It just kind of happens, but man, they're getting after it.
And Connors is on her final set of 11 now. And she is the only one on this portion of the event. Looking to set the time to beat heading into the second and final heat. 9-minute time cap here.
Just past 7 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go, athletes, less than 2 minutes to go.
I love the fact that her form hasn't broken down at all. She's been able to keep that precision. Look at that. The dumbbells go back, pop with the hips, pulling with those big back erectors, and just keeping that tempo. I even like that little hip hop in the beginning, trying to assist those up overhead.
Final 5 reps for Connors. Aoife Burke is on her final set of 11. Final 2 reps for Connors. And Caroline Connors is in, 750 unofficially for her. Aoife Burke has 5 reps to go. Number of athletes into their final sets and into their final reps.
You can see just how fatiguing this is getting for these ladies. Just trying to put everything into it for those final reps.
Aoife Burke is now in. "15 seconds to go before we hit the time cap." It's Michelle Basnet. Final seconds, and that'll be it. Caroline Connors essentially going wire to wire in that heat, sets the top time at 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
And I absolutely loved the way she attacked that from front to back. And I'll tell you what, even with that little spill in the beginning, I think that shocked her. It shocked me as well when we saw that. I expected, you know, all the ladies to get up there, and right out of the gate, she, you know, pulled those pads out and missed jumping up to the top. But once she got that the right size up there, absolutely no problem. Then once she grabbed a hold of those dumbbells, she did not let go of them. Beautiful technique all the way down from start to finish. Rep number 1 looked exactly like rep number 55. And I tell you what, that was the template, which is going to set up a great time, especially for this next heat coming up.
One heat remains, and we will crown our individuals women champion at Wodapalooza when we come back. Final heat of the final event for the women's elite individual division here at Bayfront Park on day 4 of Wodapalooza. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is on the competition floor. Your overall standings coming into this event, and they changed drastically after event 7. Ellie Turner goes from 1st to 5th. Emma McQuaid now sits in 1st place. She is 15 points up on Bethany Shadburn, and Ariel Lowen hanging on to 3rd by just 4 points over Danny Spiegel.
Simple and ugly, as we were talking about in the last heat. This is 55 toes to bar, 55 devil press, 35-pound pair of dumbbells for the ladies. It doesn't take long, but wow, is it a painful one.
It is the WZAOC remix presented by Noble. And it does come down to those devil presses. Get ready for some pain on those.
It really does. You know, the first element is just static. We just have to get these ladies through those toes to bar. I don't think that that will win the event for you by any means. However, once you get off of those, it really comes down to those 55 devil press. So we're dancing with the devil. Emma McQuaid. I mean, jumping up to that leader spot going into the final. You know, I think this is going to be a decent event for her, but she has a big opponent in Bethany Shadburn right behind her. Now, Bethany's been sitting in that 2nd, 3rd spot basically all the way through the weekend. I think she should have had a better event finish in that last round, but wasn't able to get into the finals. But I think she can make up some distance here. Again, toes to bar shouldn't be an issue, and I think she's going to do very well on those devil press.
Here we go. Final heat. Now, in order for Bethany Shadburn to make up 15 points on Emma McQuaid, assuming Bethany Shadburn wins the event, she'd pick up 100 points. McQuaid would have to finish 6th or lower.
Now watch Bethany Shadburn. If she's trying to make up any sort of distance here, look at her legs. Now the standard is you got to get your heels back behind that upper bar, and it's a very quick repetition. If you look at her versus the other women on that rig, she's almost doubling the speed, so she's giving herself a lot of time as she gets herself to those dumbbells. Look at that.
Bethany Shadburn, second place overall, 568 total points. Now, not only does she have to worry about catching Emma McQuaid, she's got to worry about Ariel Lowen. Lowen is only 12 points behind her. Emma McQuaid is on the right. She's already off the bar. And this is the rate that you were talking about, Bill.
Now, look at on the right-hand side of your screen. That's a big, open midline swing. She's hoping that her feet are going to be heavy enough to get them up at the top. Whereas Bethany Shadburn is very tight in her midsection. So she's able to keep everything nice and tight and almost rebounds, using a little stretch reflex of her midline as she gets up over top.
7:50 was the top time out of heat number 1, belongs to Caroline Connors. And now Shadburn is done and on to the dumbbells. She's got to try and beat McQuaid by at least 6 spots. And starts out with a no rep. Here comes Emily Rolfe. So this is going to help Shadburn.
Now we saw Emily Rolfe at the games do very, very well when they had the toe-to-bar event there. But something I like that Bethany Shadburn is doing is look at her little use of her legs when she's going up overhead. So that's a little bit to save her shoulders, so she's strong enough on that little burpee segment and then jumps it up with her legs.
Ariel Lowen also got to the dumbbells as well. Fisa Goffi is there. Now here comes Danny Spiegel. Just about all the athletes in this second heat, except for 2, are onto the dumbbells. And Ellie Turner on the left side in the long blue pants and the neon yellow top down left side of the screen. She was one of the last women to get off that pull-up bar. Here comes Bethany Shadburn advancing her dumbbells. Remember, the World Wide Open is right around the corner. About a month before we get that thing kicked off. You can register for the 2022 CrossFit Open at open.crossfit.com. Bethany Shadburn is taking care of business so far. She is your leader in this second and final heat. She has a 15-point deficit she's got to make up on Emma McQuaid.
Bethany doing all the right stuff. She's not overextending herself. I don't see her pushing on the gas too hard. What I really like, again, she's using her legs to try to jump the dumbbells up, but then also watch the tempo on the way down. She literally is letting them just fall down to the ground, so she's not using any of that energy to try to support those. Just get them down to the ground, let gravity help you out, and then get into that next burpee.
One more look at the standings. Emma McQuaid is your overall leader coming into this event. Bethany Shadburn 15 points back of her. Ariel Lowen sits in third, 12 points back of Shadburn, and Danny Spiegel just 4 points back of Lowen. Now Shadburn advancing again, and she is through 22 of her 33 devil presses. This is her third set of 11.
See Ariel Lowen over on the left-hand side, right-hand side of your screen. I'm sorry, no, not Emma Turner, I'm sorry.
Emma McQuaid is on the right. She just started her third set, so she's gaining a little bit of ground on Shadburn. Remember, Shadburn has got to get at least 6 people, or 5 people between her and McQuaid in order to have a chance here.
Now look at McQuaid's shoulders. When she comes up overhead, watch all the pressing that's going on. So she's actually pressing here, and then also up top on the right-hand side, watch, pushing. Halfway through, that is going to start to fatigue her quickly as she gets into that final 15. Bethany Shadburn using the momentum off the ground and then trying to get her hips, boom, and using as much of the legs and his hip swing as she can get into that.
This should be the final rep of her third set. Now Shadburn has 1 remaining, and she will advance again. Emma McQuaid, 2 lanes over her shoulder. This is the final, no, it's not. This is the 4th set. You can see 1 more marker is on the floor here. This is their 4th set of 11. Once they hit 44, they'll walk it forward 1 more time. So Emma McQuaid has now made up ground on Shadburn. So Bethany Shadburn needs some help here if she wants to pass Emma McQuaid in the overall standings. Ellie Turner moving up. So Ellie Turner has made up some ground as well here. She was one of the last athletes off the pull-up bar. Now Emma McQuaid is starting to close the gap on Bethany Shadburn. Final rep in this set for Shadburn. And now she moves forward for her last 11 repetitions. Emma McQuaid just closing out her fourth set. She's only 1 rep behind Bethany Shadburn. Emma McQuaid, as long as she just stays right here, is going to win the women's elite division at Wodapalooza. Ariel Lowen is up as well. Lowen is ahead of Danny Spiegel as Lowen looks to hang on to 3rd place overall. Final 5 reps now for Bethany Shadburn. Ellie Turner, meanwhile, is really putting on a good charge here on these devil presses. 2 reps remaining for Shadburn. Now 2 reps remaining for Emma McQuaid. Final rep for Bethany Shadburn. She's going to close out her competition with an event win, but it may not be enough. 6:59 as Emma McQuaid has gotten across. So McQuaid more than likely will clinch the top spot in the overall standings as Ellie Turner made up a ton of ground. She is getting ready to finish up. 7:50 was the top time from the prior heat. More women starting to come across the finish line now. And now Ellie Turner on her final repetition is done. Emma McQuaid, who really started her charge at the overall standings in event 4 by winning the Bayside Chipper. And then it was just a consistent performance with a 9th and then a pair of back-to-back 7th place finishes. And now what should be a 2nd place finish in event number 8 to close out her competition.
Yeah, that was an amazing push by Emma McQuaid. I mean, we didn't even necessarily see her coming off the rig right away, but we talked about that, you know, the static of that first part, but what an amazing charge on those devil press. My goodness, Emma.
Final 30 seconds of this event. Paige Semenza is in the light blue top, farthest from camera. She's trying to close out her event. That will do it. So Bethany Shadburn did all she could, but she did not get the help that she needed in order to overtake Emma McQuaid, who looks like she's going to win the Wodapalooza Championship for the women's elite division.
Yeah, great job by Emma. And I think that what was so fun to watch over the course of the weekend for Emma was she just never let down, constantly in the mix. You know, she had that one little, I guess you can call it a bobble, that 13th place on the Echo on Fran, but other than that, was always in the mix. And when she needed the points, she got it. When she needed some help by the rest of the field, she got it. And then what a great finish at the end. She didn't have to beat Bethany, but she stayed right there and really pushed the tempo. We saw her increasing her tempo, whereas Bethany started slowing down her tempo. That was a great race for her.
You can't feel your arms? Well, did you have a fun weekend?
It was incredible. I enjoyed every single event, and the atmosphere was amazing.
You didn't enjoy the rain, though, I bet.
It just felt like Ireland.
It felt, okay, I can see that. We're just going to hang out for a second, no worries. What do you guys think about Emma McQuaid?
That is Mike Richards, one of our very talented floor announcers here who do a great job of.
We're going to bring out Jamie Higia. We're
all
going to
the
get you on the
action,
interview.
keeping
We're just
people
waiting for
up
the
to date
camera team.
in the stadium as far as what is going on.
It's so quiet.
And Emma McQuaid.
Come on, we'll walk with me. Let's walk.
Pretty consistent performance again throughout the weekend. And as you mentioned, the only bobble she had was the 13th place at Echo on Fran. But when you look at everybody else that was behind her, they had some things that were outside the top 15, and Emma just did her best to manage that big mistake. And she is your 2022 Wodapalooza champion, and she is with Jamie Higia.
Emma, in this final event, you had to catch Bethany Shadburn, and you closed that gap. How were you able to do that so quickly, the devil's press?
Briggsy told me just to slam the dumbbells down as fast as possible, so I did that.
Winning, being the Wodapalooza champion, what does that say about where you're at in your training heading into this open season?
Yeah, I'm really excited. We tried a few different things after Rogue, so I think they're working.
And how does this feel to represent Ireland and do this for your country here?
Oh, it's awesome. So it is, yeah, absolutely incredible to win.
Thank you.
That was just incredible. It was so fun to watch her push through, and she's such, like when she has a good event, she just looks so happy, and it just makes me happy when she's that happy. But man, what a ferocious competitor, and great finish. Pushed everybody.
Bethany Shadburn will get the event win, and it looks like Ariel Lowen is going to wind up in third place with Shadburn in second. We know the team champions. We know the women's champion. We'll figure out who the men's champion is going to be when we return for event 8 for them as Wodapalooza continues.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Rohm Wod. We're going to focus on the quads and hamstrings, so let's begin. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 3, 2, 1. Remember, it takes persistency and consistency to deepen your level of flexibility. This will in every way increase your level of performance, as well as your level of wellness throughout day-to-day life. Thank you so much for taking time out to do today's Rohm Wod routine. We'll see you tomorrow.
No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows.
We've crowned 3 champions, and we are on the verge of crowning a 4th. It is the final event for the men's elite individual division here at Wodapalooza at Bayfront Park in beautiful Miami, Florida. Glad you're with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Jamie Hagia is down monitoring things on the competition floor for us. Event 8 is the WZAOC remix, and it is presented by Noble.
You know, we had a long, kind of fairly complicated weekend with the weather and everything else, but the ending is not complicated at all. 55 toes to bar, 55 devil press with a pair of 50-pound dumbbells for these guys. And simple, it's ugly.
And those 55 devil presses, I mean, those things take their toll.
Yeah, you just got to get there. That's why I said the first part, the toes bar, it's just static. You just got to get through it. All these guys can do it. Sure, some may be able to go a little bit faster than others, but it comes down to those devil press. How you start and how you finish should look exactly the same. So you really have to manage what you're going through there and be as efficient as you can with those devil press.
There is Drew Wayman, who will be in this first heat.
Big, strong character.
Second by. 3, 2, 1, go.
First of 2 heats underway in the 8th and final event here on day 4 of Wodapalooza.
Again, you're going to see a lot of different styles of these athletes. You're going to see someone stay nice and tight, as you are right at the bottom of your screen there. Nice and tight, hollow body position, trying to get as much of that stretch reflex rather than just an open swing. You see Drew Wayman right there, his legs going back. He is trying to pull his knees up to his elbows, which is nice. And then some of these other guys are just, whatever, just let me get my feet to the toes, or my toes up to that bar.
55 reps here, 55 reps on the dumbbells, and they will advance the dumbbells every 11 repetitions as they work their way down the floor towards the finish.
All these guys, that's a lot of meat hanging on this meat locker.
A lot of rig shaking going on up there.
A lot of rig shaking. Big boys. I'll tell you what, man, these guys are big. They're just big kids, and the fact that they can do all of these different types of movements is amazing. And you can see all these different athletes trying to figure out what's the best way for them to get through these 55 toes to bar. Whew. And I don't know if that was unbroken or not, but that was unbroken up to that set. Now, I can appreciate the athlete there in the red shorts going through as many as he can, but you do not want to crush yourself on the toes to bar. You're not going to win anything by coming off first.
Fabian Benito Celis is the first man to the devil press.
He's got himself a nice little tempo there. You can see him hopping up. Again, you know, I think one of the tendencies is once you get to those devil press, you feel that you're relatively fresh, so you want to get after it. But I can appreciate the way that he's just kind of taking his tempo, regain that heart rate, get it back down, find a nice relaxing pace that you can hold so you're able to close nice and hard.
Fabian came into this event in 20th place overall. His best finish actually came in the last event. He took 11th in event number 7.
Now, I do see him slowing down a little bit. You see him go down to the bottom and then sit on that grind. I think that's happening now. He's going to be hurting as he gets to the later part. So we may see him start to fade a little bit as we get into the later number of these reps.
Fabian Celis continuing to lead here in this opening heat. 2 total heats for the men, and then we will be done with action here at Wodapalooza. And if you were not with us earlier, we had a pretty nasty weather system move through here about 8 hours ago that forced them to halt all the action in every division. The officials at Wodapalooza had to put their heads together here, find out a way to get things back on track. And that's why we are going well into the night here. It's close to 10 p.m. local time in Miami, Florida. And credit to all the fans who have stuck around to watch these athletes. Well, pretty soon it'll be your turn to get out on the competition floor. The CrossFit Open is right around the corner, and you can register today. Head to open.crossfit.com to sign up. Fabian Celis and Reggie Fossa, the two men on your screen. They are first and second in this opening heat, 9-minute time cap. And they are in their second set of 11 devil's presses.
So Reggie Fossa had a no rep trying to get that chest down to the ground. That's one of the standards of this movement. That's why they want to make sure that your chest hits the deck rather than hitting the dumbbells, which happens a lot of time whenever you see devil's press used in basic gym, home gym, regular workout classes. Have these athletes and the judges looking down for that as much as they can.
Benoit Boulanger, who is in the middle of your screen, he currently sits in third place. Jake Marconi is on the left, and it's Jeremy Vigneault on the right.
Jeremy Vigneault on the right. You can see him do that step up, trying to use his legs as much as he can, keeping that tempo down, that heart rate down.
Jake Marconi, now his judge's hand is in the air as he's getting set to close out his second set of 11. And Boulanger has moved up to start his third set of 11. There's just no better setting and no more iconic setting in this sport than the Flagler stage in Miami. You either have the great backdrop of the Miami skyline or you have the Atlantic Ocean. You can't go wrong either way.
Can't go wrong either way, and they are very, I don't want to say classic, I want to say very dramatic. I mean, this competitive stage is sitting right in the heart of all these giant lit up buildings. It's just amazing.
Celis almost done, along with Reggie Fossa with their third set of 11.
And these guys are both really starting to push themselves. They're basically going rep for rep between each other. And what I like about that, especially for this particular heater, these guys aren't going to be, winning or getting on the podium necessarily, but they really get to push themselves, get to finish off this event, this weekend, this competition with a real big push and a nice race at the end.
This is the fifth and final set for both of these men. Fossa and Celis, and now Boulanger in the background there has moved up. Reggie Fossa got to this point first, and now a no rep for Celis as he didn't touch his chest to the ground, has to start over, and Fossa is able to gain a little more ground. But Reggie Fossa looking to set the early time to beat here. With 3 reps remaining, now 5 left for Celis. And Reggie Foss is done. He is in 7:22 unofficially for him as he takes heat number 1. Celis with one more. And he is across 7:36 unofficially for him. And that leaves Benoit Boulanger as your leader on the floor.
Great tempo for Boulanger as well. It didn't really slow. Oh my goodness.
Jeremy Vigneault might have a chance here, but Boulanger gets himself corrected and he is across. He'll take 3rd place in the heat at 8:01 unofficially.
I think that one hurt a little bit, just a little bit.
Here's Anthony Davis. Those dumbbells are probably no big deal for him. Davis is now done, 8:24 unofficially. believe that was Casey Crable who just came across. Griffin Raleigh is in. Kaike Serveni came across the finish line as well, and now here's Drew Wayman. Final couple seconds for him, might have a chance. And Wayman got his last rep but was not able to get in and make that touch on the buzzer. But Reggie Fossa at 7:22 with the time to beat with 1 heat remaining.
That was a great race for Reggie, just all the way through, was following Fabian that whole time. Had a nice little rabbit to kind of keep him in the game, and man, what a way to finish the weekend for him. So we had these men all coming out. We didn't have to worry about the pads, anyone falling off the pads this time like we had in the ladies. But it was really interesting to watch how they decided what they wanted to do on those toes bar. Remember, we said it was just about static and what you're going to do with those devil press once you got there. Fabian out to the front right away, but Fossa right on his tail from the beginning to the end. And just towards that end, Fossa just had a little bit more gas left in the tank to be able to get up by about a rep or two. No reps for him at all, which allowed him to really jump up ahead of Fabian. But still a great finish for both those guys.
Reggie Fossa at the end comes across to win the heat, and Fabian Celis is second. Second and final heat up next. Pat Vellner right now is the only man above 600 points. He is well clear of Alexander Caron, who has a 65-point deficit to make up if he wants to jump ahead of Vellner. Sam Cournoyer is clinging to third place. Cole Sager is only 7 points back for that final spot on the podium, and Dallin Pepper has a shot to work his way into the top 3 as well. The WZA OC Remix, toes to bar and double presses, and it's presented by Noble.
55 toes to bar, no big deal. 55 double press, I don't want to do that. Pair of 50-pound dumbbells, not heavy, but deceivingly destructive. So this is going to be a great way to finish up this competition. So as we said, those toes to bar are nothing but static for the field. All these guys can do it. It's just a matter of how they want to come off that rig. They don't want to hurt themselves, but they aren't going to really do they're not going to do anything incredible by coming off that first. So just do what you need to do there, and then it's all about dancing with the devil. You want to be as efficient as possible. You want to be smart through the first 11 so you can finish hard. And I really think that in this event, Cole Sager can move his way through this. Again, the weight's not extremely heavy. He has very explosive hips. Not an overly tall athlete, so he can kind of mess with that range of motion. And this is what he needs to get up onto that podium.
And Pat Vellner looking to win Wodapalooza for the 3rd straight time. 601 points, 65 up on Alexander Caron right now. 3 Canadians, spots 1 through 3.
And Pat just looks relaxed. You saw him laughing with the judge, telling the judge what he was going to do, and just taking it easy. He looks like he's just ready to play. Let's have some fun. Or maybe just yawn. I can't tell if he's yawning or not right now.
Pat Vellner has 2 event wins, won the opening event, won the Bayside Chipper. He has yet to finish lower than 12th this entire competition. Phil Toon is the man next to him, and Phil Toon has certainly had some impressive performances as well, as has this man, Alexander Caron. Had a 27th in the row swim run, and that is what has really kept him from seriously challenging Pat Vellner in this final heat.
You know, Caron has looked, you take that out, you take the Celebrate 10 out, and other than that, he has had an incredible weekend. So he definitely, I think he definitely has a shot here. And I don't know, with a 119 little beats per minute, doesn't look too concerned or too worried.
The final heat of the final event for the individuals has begun here at the Flagler stage at the Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida, as we close out what has been a wonderful 4 days at Wodapalooza.
So now the one thing these athletes have to remember is, depending on what they want to do, Pat Vellner with a really nice performance on those toes bar. Look at that. Kicking the ankles back just to make that count, knees to the elbows to lighten that load, and then kicking up the top. But the one thing we really haven't talked about is the grip. You're holding onto the bar, onto the rig, and then you have to hold on to those dumbbells. You heard Emma McQuaid earlier saying that she couldn't feel her arms. That's something that all these guys need to be ready to contend with as they're moving through this.
Quick break for Pat Vellner. He's right back to work on those 55 toes to bar. Pat just needs to avoid finishing basically dead last in this event in order to hang on to the top spot. Sam Cournoyer sits in third place overall. He's only 7 points up on Cole Sager, so Cole is going to have to beat him by about 3 spots in order to have a chance to make up that deficit. They will be right next to each other, and Cole Sager has a knack for some late event heroics.
He really does. Now, I do see that he is really kind of stretching himself out there. Again, he's not getting overly taxed. You see his beats per minute there on the old whoop strap to 126. He's hanging in there, but one thing that I do see him doing is bouncing up and down on that bar a lot. So there's a lot of shaking in the shoulders, a lot of re-gripping that he has to do with that bar. So if he can just tone that down just a little bit, he'll save some of that power.
The time to beat that might come into play here. Reggie Fossa in heat number 1 at 7:22 is Pat Vellner and Phil Toon. Now moving to the 50-pound dumbbells, and Cournoyer and Sager as well. It was Alexander Caron in that army green top and the blue shorts who was to the dumbbells first. Scott Panchik in the green top, left side of your screen. He is there. Here comes Dallin Pepper as well. So all 3 Panchik brothers onto the dumbbells. There is Alexander Caron.
Something you're going to see different that he's doing compared to the rest of the field. He's stepping between the dumbbells. So now with that, he's able to not have to worry about adjusting the width of those between the legs and going up overhead. I personally don't like having to do that because I got to bring my hips up really high. But he is moving extremely fast. Look at the tempo between him and everybody else.
This is the battle for second place because Cournoyer is only 8 points back of Caron here. Pat Vellner, meanwhile, just smooth sailing as Cole Sager, who is next to Cournoyer, is trying to jump ahead of him and move into third.
Caron is very, very fast with his step. Now, the one difference is he can't really use his hips the way everyone else is doing. You can see the other athletes can use their hips to pop that up. But with Caron, it's all arms.
The two of them about a second ago, they're almost even on the heart rate, but Alexander Caron's at 143, Cournoyer now at 150. And Caron moves into set number 3. 5 total sets of 11 here. And Caron making sure that he's doing all he can to hang on to second place overall. Pat Vellner can take his time here. He has all but clinched first place. The top 3 men are on the screen right now. On the green top, left side of your screen, that's Alexander Caron. He sits in second. Pat Vellner's in the middle of your screen. He is in first place. And then at the bottom is Sam Cournoyer. He currently sits in third, but Cole Sager is trying to keep the pressure on him. Sager just 7 points back of Cournoyer for third.
Again, watching Caron in the green shirt, steps down, steps up. I want to say he's slowed down just a touch, but the tempo is right. It's very mechanical. Still able to keep himself up in the lead, but I like the fact that he's stepping. Now, normally I wouldn't want to step. I don't think that would be a good thing at all, but the tempo that he's doing it, or the way he's done this, and obviously his practices, it's really paying off for him.
And if you're wondering, there is a lot of money on the line here. First place was worth $100,000. Second place, $35,000. Third is worth $20,000, and fourth is worth $10,000.
Cole Sager down at the bottom of your screen with the no shirt, looking really strong right now as well. I think he's moved himself into that second place position. He's really pushing himself. I love the fact that he's pushing the tempo. He knows what he needs to do here. Again, being one of the vets out on the floor, he knows what it takes to get himself moving, and he really wants that third place spot to get himself on that podium.
After this set of 11, they will advance the dumbbells one final time. Alexander Caron continues his really great pace and his unorthodox technique, and it's paying off for him. Cole Sager has moved ahead of Sam Cournoyer, but he needs some people between the two of them if he wants to make up that 7-point deficit. Carone, looking to pick up his first event win of the competition and put a stranglehold on second place overall. And Cole Sager now to his final set. Cournoyer a couple reps behind Sager, but again, Sager needs some help. Phil Toon is on his final set. Sager with a 3-rep lead on Cournoyer. 3 remain for Carone. Sager continuing to hold off Cournoyer. Final rep for Carone. And he is done. And Alexander Carone at 6:32 is going to win the event. Phil Toon is in as well. Toon's going to take second in the event. The next best time, 7:22. And Dallin Pepper just came across to take third. Sager is now in. He'll get fourth. We'll see if anybody else is able to come across the finish line to help out Cole Sager, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Cournoyer touches the buzzer, and we can have a Canadian sweep on top of the podium here.
Wow, those guys were just absolutely holding on for dear life. You saw the wheelies all starting to fail on that last set of 5. Insane forearm pump.
Pat Vellner came across as well, but I think Cournoyer got in ahead of Vellner. But we'll have to wait for the official scores. But Sager needed 3 people between him and Cournoyer to move into third place. Another late charge from Cole Sager might just come up short. Dallin Pepper had 506 points to sit in 5th place. And Phil Toon gave Alexander Carone a really good run for his money.
And from the get-go, these guys all came out firing. Again, this was just the beginning part. We were wondering what it was going to do to their grip, how aggressive they were going to be on those devil press. Pat Vellner came out first, Toon right on his heels, Cole Sager in the mix, Sam Cournoyer and Alexander Carone, and all of a sudden we were thinking, what the heck is Alexander Carone doing with that devil press? I've never seen anyone do that step up, step down on the inside. Oh my goodness.
And Toon may have actually beat him out when we look at that again.
Ooh, that was close.
Well, Alexander Carone thought maybe he had his first event win of the competition, but Phil Toon may have edged him out at the buzzer. This is how close it was. One more look. And I think Toon got him. That is super close.
I'm telling you what, Toon has been fighting to get in the spotlight, and I think that guy has finally stepped into the light. Wow, that was an amazing, what a great weekend he had. Holy cow.
Phil Toon came in 6th place overall. He was 12 points back at Dallin Pepper for 5th. But once again, the King of the North rules in the South as Pat Vellner is your Wodapalooza champion.
I got you up here. What's better than celebrating 2022 Wodapalooza and your champion, Patrick Vellner, with a Yingling. There you go, that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Your elite men's champion, Patrick, reigning and defending champ, Vellner.
Not a bad payday for Pat Vellner.
I don't think he's sorry at all.
Amazing.
He's not sorry about that $100,000 check at all.
No doubt about it. Tim Paulson and the Saxon Panchik and Spencer Panchik and Scott Panchik there. Phil Toon in the back.
You know, I'm not going to lie.
Hopper.
I think it was really great that all 3 Panchik brothers got to compete as individuals. I would have loved, though, to see them as a team. I think that would have been
given
fun.
what the boys were able to do.
Yeah.
It would have been fun to see them out there. But look, anytime we get to see Scott Panchik back out on the competition floor, given the fact that he is officially retired, is a good thing. But we could have an all-Canadian podium here for the men, because Alexander Caron, finishing second, will lock up second place in the event, or in the competition. And Samuel Cornoyer, despite the fact that he lost to Cole Sager, I don't think he lost to him by enough. So Sam Cornoyer could find himself in third, and now Pat Vellner taking some time to sign some shoes. Chuck them into the stands. So people who hung around, for someone it's really going to be worth it, grabbing a Pat Vellner signed shoe.
Yeah, but can't forget the beer, though. Got shoes go in the crowd. Let me get my beer before we get on to the old interview.
Pat Vellner is enjoying his beverage, and he is with Jamie Hagia.
Pat, this final workout had 2 movements, 55 reps of each. You look so calm throughout that whole workout. Where, if at any point, did this start to hurt?
I'm glad I look calm, because I didn't feel that way. I was actually joking with Cole at the end there. It gives you life when you start to kind of feel yourself close in on people. So he was kind of keeping me in it, because the boys on my right, Phil and Alex and Dallin, were moving way too damn fast. So it was good. I was glad to have Cole there to kind of pull me along. And I mean, for this one, I just knew I needed to kind of hit one in, top 5-ish, and we could call it a weekend. So I was really happy to be in that position, to not have to really go sell my soul on this one. Anybody who's ever done devil's press like that knows it's a rough ride.
This is your third Wodapalooza. You are a 3-peat champion here. What was the key to getting your third victory?
That's a good question. I mean, I think I never really come into these weekends thinking about the win right off the bat. You kind of come in to test the waters, see where you're at. There's always new crops of athletes popping up. So every competition is a chance to see where you stack up and try to make yourself proud and see where your training's at. This is a great touch point before the season starts to see where you're at and what you need to work on. So you got to be taking notes, and it's really nice if you get away with a win, but it's really not what it's all about.
And this past year, coming off a second place finish at the games, a lot of life changes. You got married, you had your first baby. How has that changed your perspective on competing?
It's kind of a funny question. I think that I'm supposed to say it's changed everything. But I'm really in a fortunate position. My wife is incredible, and she's on mat leave right now. So she's taken a lot of the load in that regard and allowed me to sort of keep playing in the sandbox. So I kind of compartmentalize my life like that. And when I come to compete, when I go to the gym, I try to work as hard as I can, and then I try to leave it there and then be with them when I'm with them. So I have an awesome team at home, really, is the only way to put it.
Thank you so much, Pat. Congratulations.
Get to go play in the sandbox. It doesn't hurt when you bring home $100,000.
I think the snow box from where he's talking about and what he's talking about. I'll tell you what, this competition is amazing, not just because you get to see, you know, just stud athletes like these guys out here, but you see some of the new rising stars, some people that you're gonna end up seeing into semis that might make that break into the game. So this is an amazing setup, and man, I love this competition.
It has been a fun 4 days here in Miami, and we got to see a little bit of everything. My first time here. If you have never been to Wodapalooza, make it happen next year. Just a fantastic environment. Want to thank all the volunteers, all the judges, all the staff that made this happen here at Bayfront Park in Miami. Big thanks to our hardworking crew here. For Jamie Hagia, Bill Grundler, Tommy Marquez, Roy McKernan, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you in the open, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at Wodapalooza 2022.